Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Hee-hee. All right, let's get started. Let's get started. Welcome to the stream, everybody. It's been a minute. Didn't do a stream last week, but we're back here. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Good time off. I want to cover a few things before we get into the charts. And that is what we got going on this week. The big news, big events this week are going to be around Fed Chair Powell. Okay, that's the testimony. 2 days. We got tomorrow and the next day. I even believe Yellen's going to be out, yes, on Tuesday there as well. So those are those bigger events as far as coming up. Then on Thursday, the 11th, we have some core inflation data. And Friday, we have some PPI data. So it's going to be quite a wild week of information. And now I say this because we're going to really kind of see how the market's pricing this in as far as expected risk, expected ranges go for implied volatility. Because they didn't really seem all that big, okay? That's what I find a little bit interesting about this week specifically. But before we do, I wanted to just call out that we are continuing to press up higher and higher here, led by a few names in the market. NVIDIA today is one of the things that are leading the market, Intel, but NVIDIA is the one that has a lot of the weight, okay? So NVIDIA is pumping up. You can see things on the days prior. We saw on Friday, we had big moves in Meta. That's coming off slightly over here, right? No surprise, right? After a big, large move, why is it selling off? Why is it selling off? It's because it went up so strong. Okay, so Meta made a huge move. Apple's made a huge move. That's coming off a little bit here. So a lot of consolidation. Microsoft made a big move, right? Coming off, consolidating a little bit today. Not really too surprising. Big tech has been the leaders. Today, we have... Actually, before we get into more stuff today, I just wanted to call out more specifically where I think the upside target is basically hanging out at, and that's 5,600 here on the S&P 500. Okay, 5,600, 5,610, give it 5,615, this kind of range up in here, give it some degrees of freedom to kind of move around. That seems to be where the market's trying to take us. Now, why is that level so important? It's because it's a gigantic call wall. Traders have been reaching up there. And if they don't continue to reach out further, we could get price to be pinned up in these areas and potentially push back and try to consolidate and pull back to 55.75, maybe even 55.50, which has been a very important level there too as well. This zone right here was incredibly important for a while. I think I talked about it here on Twitter and multiple times on stock market brief shows, because the gamma flip line was down here, and it was also by that 54.50, which was pretty important level. And you can see price kind of just held up into this area. And when we're in positive gamma territory, this is where you look to buy the dip, right? You buy the dip, buy weakness, and then you sell strength. Buy weakness, sell strength. And typically volatility is suppressed, which we've been seeing, and you get moves like this to the upside. It's when we get into negative gamma territory where things can get a little bit more spicy in terms of volatility. Okay, let me hop into a different view here. Sorry, you can hardly see that. There's the better chart to see. Okay. Saying volume's okay. Thanks, Victor. Fighter. Sorry, not Victor. So, yes, let me zoom in here so you can see that a little bit cleaner. Today we have a couple zero-date levels. We'll update them as time goes because we are above those zero-date levels. But the gamma flip line currently is 55.10. So dealers, once again, look to buy the dip, sell the rip above this gamma flip line down here. And then 5,600 would be kind of where the target would be, I would say, for today, for the week, to keep a close eye on. Can we break above it? Yeah, give us that some degrees of freedom. But that's where I think trade can get a little hung up. If we take a look at market net flow today, It's bullish for the most part, right? It's been bullish for the majority of the trading session, 30, 40 minutes or so. But it's getting a little choppy here, right? We don't have convergence. We have the cumulative net premiums for puts and calls. They're both above the zero line here. So not as of right now, this is not giving us really much of an edge. Okay, so we can walk past that. If that changes, we'll update that as time goes. Then I want to pull up the SPY 15-minute chart because I want to go over these weekly expected moves, right? As we stated, we have a lot of data coming out these weeks, okay, or coming up. So where are the potential like areas of risk? Let's look at the weekly expected moves. The weekly expected move is 561.23. So you can mark that on your charts. Let me fix my camera. It's like, okay. 561.23. Okay, that's the upper side. The lower is 548.05. $548.05 for the SPY. So we're looking roughly for this week, a weekly expected move. I'll just give you the exact. $6.59. So it's pretty crazy because we're talking only $65, right, in the SPX expected move. That's plus or minus. And we got Powell, we got Yellen, we got important macro data coming out. It's pretty wild. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this is going to shape up. Like, what's the market going to price in as far as rate cuts? So if we take a look at the probabilities right now, the probabilities are still here going into September, and July is pretty much locked in as no rate cut, which is going to be interesting because, it feels like we're kind of headed that way, that we're going to be getting our rate cut. But we'll see really, as this data comes out, what Powell says and so forth. But the longer you hold off, the tighter the situation can be, right? We're already seeing some numbers kind of showing weakness in the economy. And if you hold off too long, right, there could be something that you can cut too late, right? But if you cut too early, there's a very tough situation to be in this current moment. And as we've seen in the past, and as we know, during the rate cut cycle is actually when you have a lot more volatility come into the markets. So we'll see if we can avoid that somehow. I'll show you the chart more specifically of why that is or what that looks like. But I've shared that multiple times. I'll just pull it up real quick, and then we'll go into some individual names and so forth. Yeah. No, summary. Okay. And then I want to share some other stuff here. Let me, okay. So this chart right here, right, is one that I've shared many times. And in short, you don't need to see the far left side. It's fine. I'll just explain it from 2000 forward. The pink lines, those are showing just all-time highs when we had an inverted yield curve. So you can see back to 1920, to the great financial crisis, to the dot-com bust, when we've had these inverted yield curves, which we haven't had one this long and this deep, right? I think this is on the 10-year and 3-month, and we're dating back all the way to 85. So we haven't had this for quite some time. It's when the federal funds rate, you can see here, when we started actually cutting rates, is when we started to uninvert, right? And that's where we had volatility step in. So we had, you can call this a one-off, right? That was the pandemic. But if you look back to the great financial crisis, if you look back to the dot-com bust, if you go back to the 80s, right? So are we going to see something similar take place? I think it's possible. And if it is, and I don't mean like, I don't know if it's going to be like any crazy type of move like this, but I think it's possible. And because it's possible, we got to just be aware of the possibility of something like that happening. But as it stands right now, right, if you're like, you can't time that, right? You can't really necessarily time when a situation like that's going to happen. So what I do is I look very, at a very fractal level, smaller, the 15-minute time frame. Is the 5-day moving average trending up? Yes. Are we in positive gamma territory? Yes, right? So I'm not going to sit here and try to short and it keep going higher and higher. If you do that, it's a danger. It's a very dangerous thing. First off, if you're actually a bear and you short, you need to be incredibly tactical in the way that you approach the markets, especially if trades go against you. And the same goes if you're a long trader, right? If you're a long trader and you're just trying to buy the dip on a stock that's trending down, you can get destroyed either way, bullish, bearish, it doesn't matter. Like you'll get caught up at some point if that's all you do is average down into something, into a specific name, right? If you're trading it, right? Investing is obviously different than trading, but okay. So where are we right now? We're not too far off that 5,600. We're above the 0-date level, 55.75, 55.50. We're going to look at the IWM because the IWM is shaping up to have a big move here in the very near future. And I'm going to show you specifically what I mean. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to put in, I'm going to see if I actually have Bollinger Band width on this as a study. I do. Heck yeah. Okay. So I'm showing you this. It's called the Bollinger Band width. So you know how Bollinger Bands, they're bands around the IWM. And if you understand the principles, one of the principles, the basic principles of technical analysis is stocks or assets, markets, they move between periods of expansion and contraction. And that's what I do. I even have on my Discord, I have a tight list, right? I look for stocks that are contracting. And I try to find ones that are going to be, expanding to the upside, like when they start to expand. But I look for stocks that are contracting. And when they start to break out or when volatility starts to pick up, I want to catch that volatility, as like wind at my back. I want to move with the stream of water, so to say, move with the trend. And right now on IWM, I'm pulling up Bollinger Bands because Bollinger Bands are, volatility bands. They show you specifically when things are getting tight and when things are expanding. And just take a look here specifically at these Bollinger Bands. I'm going to zoom this up, right? You don't need to see the chart right now. And this blue line represents the band. So the higher you go, right, the wider the bands are. The lower you go, the tighter the bands are. And I mean, look how we're down here at 2.29. Okay, so if I zoom back, I'm going to go back even further. I posted a chart on this also on Twitter. If you don't follow me there, you can see that there. I'm just going to go 10 years. Okay. You have to go back, right, all the way to 2020, the early 2020 to be at that level. And then prior to that, you have to go down to July of like 2018. Okay. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this now, I feel like most people are going to see this and be like, oh, that means it's going to crash. Okay. That's not really what I'm going for here. I'm just showing you that, okay, volatility basically contracted extremely tight right here and extremely tight right here. And a couple other times in other places too as well. Like I think right here as well, right? So yeah, right around. I can't exactly remember, but there was another place too. I have a more clear chart. Actually, I have the chart here. I'll share it with you. Okay. But it got very, very tight here, very tight here. And what had happened there shortly after? We saw an explosive move. Now, does this mean that we're going to have the same situation, same reaction? No, that's not what I'm trying to explain here is that the market is getting primed, especially in small caps, for potentially a pretty significant move. Okay. So now we have to look at, okay, let's look at the absolute, like where do you want to go? Like for me personally, I would like to see this break out to the upside. Why? Because I like trading to the upside. I don't really enjoy trading to the downside because it's quicker, it's aggressive. I have to think about it more. It takes more, it takes more bandwidth out of my brain to trade from the short side. I typically have smaller positions when I short. Okay. Okay. So let's take a look at let's take a look at a couple of things specifically that I found a little interesting here for small caps. First, I'm going to start off with the BPNYA. Okay, so BPNYA. Where is this at? Give me a second. I'm going to pull up this chart. Okay, and nothing's going on right now in the market's really too crazy. Okay. I'm going to download this. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to slap it on to the screen. Okay, so the BPINYA, here it is. And I'm going to read my chat here soon, and we're going to go over to, we'll pull up individual names. So make sure that you put those in the chat, and I'll go through there, and I'll try to get those names and everything. Okay, so the BPNYA, so, you know, broad market type of stuff here. That's why I'm pulling this, because the IWM is also a broad market. Broad market small caps. Okay, so NYA, you can see price action here, right? The price action up here, it's getting pretty tight, right? It's been going sideways, diverging from the S&P 500 and so forth, because a lot of mega caps are leading the way. But what you'll see here is we're getting a reading right at about 50, which it's the lowest it's been in 2024. All right, look to the left of the screen, boom. Has it been here since 2024? No. So the market keeps pressing higher. The internals, based off of point and figure charts, the bullish percent index for the NYSE, it's the weakest it's been all year. However, I see this low and I see a higher low. I see this low and I see a lower low. That right there is an internal divergence. Okay, so this is actually a positive divergence currently showing. So I'm thinking, okay, well, we've seen positive divergences before. Well, for example, we have a higher low in the RSI here. We have a lower low in the reading. That led to a pretty nice rally. All right, we've seen negative divergences before too. For example, right here, going in right before 2023, right? We had these divergences here. It played to the downside. Then we went into a positive divergence in 2023, and then we started ripping up higher. So we have a positive divergence forming in this specific thing. Okay, the next thing I want to show you is the summation index. So I'm going to pull that up. I'm going to do 2 year. I'm going to just do 1 year. It's a little bit easier to read. Okay, so here is the NYSE summation index. Right here. This is the NYSE McClellan oscillator. I'm not really too focused on this one right at the moment, but the reason why I'm showing this one is because prices were going sideways. Okay, and this as well. And then look at the summation index. It's still above the zero line, and we're just now potentially about to cross over to have what I call as a potential change in trend, right? Anytime the parabolic star ticks through that level and changes, it could identify a potential change in trend. Is it accurate 100% of the time? No, but it definitely has played out well before. For example, it ticked right here, right? That played out. It ticked right here, right? It went down, it ticked right here, it went up, it ticked right here, it went down, sideways. So is this a potential change in trend? That's something that I want to identify. So we have this, right? We have this potentially flipping over to bullish trend, and we have this showing a positive divergence. Okay, so when I look at the IWM, right, up today it's up about 1%, but we look at the absolute perspective of it, it's really just going sideways. But during that sideways price action, the bands are getting very tight. So in my opinion, like, things are setting up for a potential opportunity to go long IWM. However, if it breaks down, you really need to respect price breaking down, because if it starts expanding and volatility picks up to the downside, you can have what we've seen in the past as far as an example of risk. So I hope that makes some sense and gives you kind of an idea of why I think that we're going to be probably getting a pretty sizable move here. Now, I want to also share with you the last time I saw something like this happen in the NASDAQ composite. Okay, the NASDAQ composite, how do I look this up? This was a while ago. I posted this like a while ago. I think I just got to go at Mike P. Silva for Twitter. And then I think I typed in comp Q. I think that's how I do it. Yeah. No, that's not it. I want to find this because it's a great example of Bollinger Bands getting tight. While this is happening, I'll show you, yeah, the S&P 500 is getting a little bit of volatility here. Honestly, still nothing crazy. Nothing too crazy. Bam. Okay, I found it. Okay, so October 14th. Can that work? Yeah, so, okay, so this is what I posted on Twitter. You can go verify. October 14th, 2023. What I said was, this weekly chart of the NASDAQ composite, I have applied the Bollinger Band overlay, right? That's the blue or the purple, whatever, along with the Bollinger Band's lower indicator, the width. Now, this is on the weekly time frame. And what I was calling out here was the bands got incredibly tight, and it's typically around the same month, October, going into the year. But the bands were the tightest it's been since over here in October, in 2019 over here, and then 2018 over here. And each time when they expanded, you saw a big move, boom. Or, when it got very tight, the next move was an expansion. Boom, you saw a move to the downside. Boom, you saw a move to the upside. Boom, we saw a move to the downside. And the reason why I was pointing this out here is because, well, chances are we're probably going to get a large move. This is when the NASDAQ composite was at 13,500. All right, so, we all know what happened to the NASDAQ composite, I assume, right? Let's see here. Wait, what is the ticker for this? I forget what the NASDAQ, yeah, there it is. Okay, that was at 13, let me go to the weekly time frame. It's down here, 13,000-ish, right around here. Boom, you have an explosive move to the upside. Okay, so the weekly time frame, when they get this tight, it's even more profound. But we're getting that on the daily time frame for the IWM. Okay? So that's why I'm sharing that with you, is because you can get explosive moves when this stuff happens. And right now, the trend is clearly up on a lot of these products, a lot of these assets. It's just sideways for the IWM. Another aspect of this that I wanted to share that I find interesting as far as terms of risk go. So we went over the summation index, we went over the bullish percent chart, talked about how it could be potentially bullish, at least maybe short-term bullish, right? But we could see an expansion of volatility fly us to the upside and then come down, right? You just got to be prepared that we're going to probably get more violent moves. But one of the charts that I like going to here, let me see if I can find it. It's been a while since I've used this chart. I don't even know what to look for. Oh, hey, that was pretty good, actually. I'm going to take off the... Actually, I'll just leave that on there. Okay. Okay, so the next thing I want to share about IWM is that I find interesting is this specific chart. Now, this is showing the IWM on the weekly time frame, just a line chart, okay, in this channel. But look at the federal funds rate, right? The federal funds rate, the federal funds rate, the federal funds rate. And what I'm pointing out here is we went through a rate hike cycle, and when we paused, right, the market still got to go higher. Nothing new there. We had inverted yield curves over here, inverted yield curve. We have an inverted yield curve right now, okay? It's when they started cutting rates, all of a sudden volatility picked in. So that's the great financial crisis, right? Then you could even go over here to 2019, 2020. Is you saw rates going higher, then the market did what? The market started to flatten out and see volatility. And it wasn't until we actually started cutting rates is where we got sharper moves or more volatility. But what do you notice more specifically about this? The market, right? If you're just looking in terms of when rates are low, that's when we saw our biggest run up. It's when we started lifting rates, we started to see volatility. Okay, so look at here. The rates were flat as a pancake, right? Moved to zero. Boom, we saw the IWM take off. We started raising rates and volatility has picked in. So the reason why I'm calling this one out specifically is because the same thing kind of occurs. You have you have the yield curve uninvert. It's still inverted right here. It's when you cut rates and it uninverted, you saw a move to the downside. So are we going to, if we're going to cut here in maybe July, maybe September, maybe not at all, is the market prepping for that type of volatility coming in? I don't know, but from this specific chart, when's the best time to buy small caps, which is a great gauge on the economy, right? It's when money's cheap, right? If you look at the federal funds rate and you think of it as money's expensive and money's cheap, what is rates at right now? They're higher, which means what? The cost to borrow is more expensive. However, on the flip side to that, the ability to save money is now more intriguing because now you can make 5% a year on your cash in a high yield savings account or a money market account without even trying or lifting a finger, practically in theory risk free. Okay, so it encourages savings. On the point of savings is pretty much an all-time low. If you look at like just like a Fred chart, right? I'm not gonna pull that up right now. I don't feel like typing in, but basically savings is at a low. And savings at a low, but we're in an environment where it encourages savings and credit cards are going up, right? Credit card, not only utilization and delinquency rates, but the amount of credit cards are going up. And we've seen like that led to the banking crisis just this last year or whatever it was, the time of March before the Bank Term Funding Program came out. Deposits were deeply like going into the red. Quarterly deposits. Some cool information, right? Some cool stuff. All right. I think we should get into some of these charts, some of these names. S&P 500 is basically just going sideways, right? Market net flow kind of gave us that insight. There wasn't really an edge here. However, we are starting to see the divergence kind of like widen out between the cumulative net premium of calls and puts, still in the gray as it stands. And I still think 5,600's the target. Maybe today, maybe later, but we're right there. I'd be shocked if we didn't get to it at some point. Actually, this market, I mean, what are you going to be shocked at in this market? You know what I'm saying? Okay. I'm going to bring up my chats. You make 50% a year if you put it in NVIDIA savings account. Ain't that the truth? It's hilarious and accurate. Too funny. Give me one moment here and we'll pull up. So put some stock tickers into the chat. We'll pull some of these names up. See if there's any actionable stuff. Let me see. I'm gonna post. I wanted my link to my Discord there. Didn't work. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we got SOXX, which is SMH. Right? We can look at SMH. Yeah, market net flow right now is market net flow is starting to diverge. Right, we're starting to get, but we don't really have convergence. So we have a bullish divergence. They're both above the zero line. I'd prefer to see, obviously convergence meeting in with this, but if this continues this way and then we go green, I mean, market right now is just pulling back a little bit. I mean, it can easily turn right back up, right? The market ran hot, man. The market ran really hot on Friday. So for it to cool down and whatever, it would make complete sense. Now, if we go up into the upper weekly expected move, guess where that's at? That's up at the monthly expected move too for the S&P 500. And the last 2 months, we've actually gotten outside the upper monthly, and then it like laid out there, and that's where I put on some hedges, and then all of a sudden the price comes right back into it, in and around those levels. All right, and then you clear the hedge or do whatever you choose to do, but that's what I've been doing. Yeah, it could be a gap. It could be a gap fill, and it could potentially head back up. I mean, look at the RSI. The RSI is a little frothy, right? You've had this negative divergence. Price keeps going up, and it's been a one ticket. I mean, look at this thing. It's been just an algo-driven straight move up on the 15-minute time frame. So, I mean, what if it goes like that? Like, that's still bullish, you know, in my opinion, right? Even if it went like this, like that, I mean, this, and then the 5-day starts catching up, that it still would look bullish to me in that case. And we'd still be above in positive gamma territory. All right. Okay, I'm going to write down some of these names here. AVGO. We got Meta. The good old Medi. The Mark Zuck. We got oil, Dixie. Yeah, we'll pull up oil and the dollar. That's going to be next anyway. Yeah, we'll do those ones next because they're important from an intermarket kind of standpoint. Steve's asking about seasonality for mid-July. Yeah, typically. Yeah, that's typically what it shows. Mid-July. July's a really bullish month, right? You get some holidays. It's always been pretty bullish. Now with seasonality, you know, in a presidential election, you're right. It's typically till around mid-July, and then it kind of flattens out, stalls out, which I think we're still kind of in this stalling period. I think what we're seeing right now, like this was, you know, when I talked about the stall, but I also kind of stated like, hey, if we get above 5,500, you're bullish to 5,550 to 5,600, right? Those were the levels that we looked at, right? It was, what was it? I think it was 5,450, 5,500, 5,550, and 5,600. But I think it was mainly these three. I think it was actually these three, 5,500, 5,550, and 5,600. Because it was like, okay, if we actually can break from 5,500 and traders are still reaching out to 5,600, your next stop is 5,550 in here. It's below 5,500. You put on like, you know, put on your seatbelt because things get a little bit messy and or come right back down to around 5,450. So it's basically buy the dip, buy any dip, you know, into and around that 5,450 or, you know, in this range. And so far it's been playing out for now. As far as zero date goes, I want to actually show this really quick. So 55.75 was a level that was found in the early trading session. And we're pulling into that right now. So on this pullback, 55.75. So what I've been saying is, okay, look at the divergence here, no convergence. It's not necessarily bearish, no real big orders there as far as zero date goes. I want to see if anything's changed. So if you're looking for intraday action, yeah, 54.75 is still the level on zero date. That's where a lot of concentration is at. So if we do get down to 55.75, I think I said that. Or maybe I said 54.75. 55.75 is what I meant for the zero date. But that is one of those levels there from a zero date gamma exposure, a zero date level, kind of level of interest, okay, that traders are focused in on. Below that, 55.50. Those are the two kind of levels that have more concentration as far as zero date goes. So if SPY can, or S&P 500 can pull down a little bit further, that could be a potential bounce play. Okay. All right, I want to pull up, as we're putting more tickers in the chat, I want to pull up, just see how the dollar's doing. Okay, look at the dollar. The dollar's been coming off. Now, this is a little bit interesting to me because this could just be a higher low again, right? We're putting in a higher low. Boom, boom. Again, we're pulling back again. And if we do start heading higher, that's put pressure on markets. And I do find this interesting because if I look at my zones indicator, we haven't been this low. We haven't actually seen a reading this low in the zones indicator. So this was for today at the lower end of the bands for the dollar. And as it's at the lower end of the band, what's at the higher end of the band? The S&P 500, right? Because there's a pretty strong negative correlation there, at least as of now. So if the dollar actually starts moving from the low end of the band to the mid-range of the band, will the S&P 500 be consolidating and doing the same thing? I think that's a fair assumption. Okay, so the dollar right now, right, it's coming off in a trend that's been up on the year, right? Higher highs, higher lows, Right now, this would be technically putting in a lower high, but we still have a higher low. Okay, so consolidation. Okay, there's the dollar. Let's take a look at the 10-year yield. And the 10-year yield also is contributing to this nice move. This is coming off pretty hard and fast here too, after the recent macro data that came out just this last week. Right, we've come off pretty hard and fast after this crazy day right here. It's been a lot of volatility in the 10-year yield. Okay, so the 10-year yield's coming off slightly here too as well. You have a falling dollar, you have a falling yield. It's been pretty bullish for the markets for the last couple of years. It's kind of been what's been taking place. And what do you know? The market's at all-time highs. Those correlations, by the way, they do change, right? It's not always going to be like that. Correlations always change. So it's always important to see the correlations from short-term perspectives. It could be 15 days, it could be 30 days, to long-term perspectives. It could be a 180, right? 180 days. It could be, a quarter, right? Yearly, right, and so forth. 100. Wait, a quarter is 180 days. 30, 60, 90. No, that'd be a half a year. 2 quarters. Okay. Somebody stop me. So we came close to that 55. We're a point away, and you can see us start to bounce from that 0-date level. I would have liked to see it pull in a little bit further there, but we didn't quite get there. Okay, we'll pull up some of these names now. Invertia. AVGL Meta. Okay. AMD. Yeah, AMD's been making a nice move. Where's my freaking Twitch chat? There it is. Okay. Thank you. Ulta. VRT. CRWD. PANW. Yeah, PanW too. I'm actually really interested in PanW actually right now. Let me see, where's that at? I forgot about that. See, sometimes when I'm gotta have more alerts. That's what it is. Okay, PanW. Okay, cool. I didn't miss anything. Okay, well, let's go into some of these semiconductors now then, because somebody asked about NVIDIA. We have PANW, SMH, SOXX, right? So PANW, looks pretty good, right? So we're getting, obviously some volatility right now, to be expected, right? Because why? Well, we saw a big move from this little breakout with decent volume, okay? Then we got very, very tight, and now volatility is expanding to the downside, right? This is where I say where tightness, contraction leads to expansion. Like, I would like to see this expand to the upside to play it to the gap fill. I'm not mad about it because I'm not in a position. And if I was in a position, I saw this breakdown, I probably would have just got out and looked to re-enter if it turns back up. But now, as price is coming in to this lower area here, and a rising 20-day, rising 50, rising 200, and a potentially gap fill, this looks like it could be a potential opportunity here if we start to see strength here in the very near future. So I go to the 15-minute time frame, and I look at this. I'm like, okay, it broke down from the 5-day moving average, from this tightness, let it do its thing. I don't care if I miss the move from here back up to here. I do not care. Why? Because I'd rather personally, instead of just buying the dip blindly like right here and have it going against me further, right? I'd rather just wait for strength. Now, if you are not that type of trader, which a lot of people are not, how do you approach it? What if I want to have a position right now? Okay, then you could buy a little bit right now. You can buy a little bit if it drops down, and you could buy a little bit more, right? But you need to have, if you're doing that, you can't, you got to understand what a full-size position is and what a very small position is. Because if you buying into weakness and it goes against you, you need to have a very clear idea of where your risk is going to be. Okay, that's how you would scale into a position, right? If you're buying, catching a falling knife, so to speak, which this isn't necessarily catching a falling knife in my opinion, right? Because you're pulling back in an uptrend. Okay, so understand what time frame you're working with. Understand, the level of risk that you'd be getting into, and if you want to build in positions, like saying I'm basically wanted to play into 320, but I don't know if it's going to get down there. So what I'll do is I'll do a little here, I'll do a little here and I'll do a little here. But what happens, Mike, if it doesn't come here, and it just goes up and then I only have a very small position? Okay, then you wait for actually the tightness and a breakout and you can add then. What's the difference, right? Because the chances of you always catching a bottom perfectly are slim to none. Catching the top perfectly, slim to none. So you can look to scale that way, and then you can play it into a gap fill and so forth. So there's multiple ways you can approach it. You just need to do literally what's best specifically for your style of trade. At this moment though, yeah, market's been cranking up, it's higher. This more specifically, we saw a nice breakout. It's pulling in a little bit or consolidating. It looks fine. There's nothing structurally broken about PANW right now. In the short term right here, okay? The thing that looked broke was on this gap down. Okay, on this gap down, that's what the weakness was. That's where kind of find the hesitation and so forth. But so far we're, this level right here looks important. This is called a breakout, back test, and potential strength after that. You wait for confirmation or you don't. It's really up to the individual. Nvidia. So Nvidia, okay, this just goes back to like right over here, right? So we saw this, big bearish engulfing candle, and we saw it on big volume, huge volume. And what did we say the very day that this happened, right? We said, this is where things can consolidate, right? It doesn't mean that the market's going to go down significantly or crash or whatever. What it means is we can go through a very longer period of consolidation. And this happened at a very specific time. It didn't just happen on a sideways trend. It happened when going straight up. So that's what really sparked that. And then what do? We went sideways for a few months. Then we got very tight and we broke out. Now, what do we see happening here? Very same situation, strong move up, bearish engulfing candle. The volume picked up, right? And then we had some follow through distribution on some even rising volume. It wasn't as big as that, but what do we have going on now? Now we're just consolidating. We're going sideways. So if you look to buy the dip and maybe hopefully it goes back up, that's one thing. What happened if you bought the dip here, right? Maybe you bought the dip here and then it went up a little bit. You're like, yay, and then it went down. Maybe this capitulated you. I mean, it capitulated people because you saw a lot of volume pick up on this down move, which actually marked a bottom. So what happens if you would have just waited till this consolidation, right? Where we're back above the 50 that was rising, the 20-day was turning back up. And you're like, yeah, I'm just going to start a position there because we were talking about it here. Then it tightened up again, and then we saw the earnings, and we saw a continuation, and it broke out. I mean, catching a move from right here to here, even right here where we're at right now, that's, in my opinion, a better play than trying to buy this dip over here or buying this dip right here. Right? I mean, in hindsight. Right? In hindsight, if you were here buying this dip into the 20-day, which made sense here too, actually, because technically you had some tightness, but you just had to respect it if it started breaking down, to be fair. Okay. So yeah, as it stands right now, looking at the NVIDIA, we're still above a rising 20, rising 50. It's still in bullish context, but we are in this period of consolidation. So I don't really want to step in front of that in this current moment. Now, AMD was the one that was more opportunity, in my opinion. And that's why we kind of talked about that on prior streams. And I think that's all we talked about. It was on prior streams. But we had this bullish consolidation sideways. It broke down, right? And then we started saying, okay, well, it's getting tight again. And now it's, it's still range bound. And then all of a sudden we started seeing some, decent volume come into it. And when we broke out, right? On Friday, we broke out. We made a move from that, and we had some follow through. So now with AMD, right, which is one we've been saying, like, keep an eye on if this is going to be some larger cupping type of pattern or base. Well, we're starting to break out now. So it would be nice to see this consolidate and come in and then start to see strength from that level. That right there would be like an incredible opportunity, in my opinion, because you'd be able to see a small pullback after a nice breakout, and you're buying some strength thereafter after a tight consolidation. And then you'd have small risk, right? A small amount of risk for potential still good upside. So I'd like to see that. I'm not going to enter right here, right? Because I just don't do that. I'd rather wait for the consolidation. Okay, look at Tesla. Tesla looked very similar, to be honest, right? Tesla went sideways like this, and then we started to see a breakout, and then it got very tight. Actually, holy cow, this literally looks just like AMD. That's hilarious. Wait a second here. Give me a second. Maybe I'm tripping. All right, not quite. Well, I mean, that's pretty close. Like, you got to admit, that's pretty dang close. Give me a second here. All right, okay. Not exactly the same, but that's pretty, it's pretty cool. It's pretty crazy. So this tight consolidation, right? This little sideways action was what I just saw in AMD, right? And we broke out and we had some follow through. So maybe if AMD, like I just said, if AMD does something like this where it comes in tight, volume dries up, maybe that opens the door for another pop. I don't know if it's going to be to that extent, but that could be something to watch. Let me go back to AMD. Dude, wouldn't that be crazy if it just does the same exact thing? Okay, so you had the strong move up, you had this consolidation, you had that big breakout, but then it consolidated, right? Which we just said, and then, yeah. All right, so that's what we'll watch. That's what I'm going to watch for, right? That's what I want to see. I traded AMD already, been in and out of it. Don't have a position now, okay? Okay, so somebody had mentioned SOXX. I mean, this is just SMH, right? Some people like to use technical analysis on these type of charts on leveraged funds. Others are against it. I think it's totally fine to use it because they're very liquid. This is a very liquid product. Two, I wouldn't use it like in long-term analysis, but if you're looking at like a couple of months of data, okay, I'd be fine with that. It's when you start to look way longer where, obviously you have, decay. So it's gonna be a little bit different than like looking at just an SMH chart. Okay, so SOXX, which is the semiconductors, I think the 3X, right? Bullish. Wait, SOXX. I'm sorry, not SOXX. I'm thinking SOXL. I'm getting them confused. My apologies. I was thinking SOXL for the bullish. That's what I meant. The bullish 3X fund. SOXX is just the ETF, or sorry, the index for semiconductors, the Philly index, I believe. iShares Semiconductor ETF, which is the same as SMH. My apologies, I'm getting confused. So what is the bearish ETF? Now I'm really confused. So SOXX, that's the ETF. I usually just use SMH. SOXL. Oh, SOXS. That's what, right? SOXS. That's the bearish one. Holy moly, man, confused. Okay, so let's just look at SOXX because that is just like SMH. Okay, here we go. So let's first take a look at the 15-minute time frame. We're seeing a little bit of a breakout, seeing a nice little consolidation here, a little flag. I mean, it looks bullish, right? Go to the daily time frame. Strong stocks typically get stronger. Strong ETFs typically get stronger. And that's what we're seeing. It's on a little bit of a run, so I'd like to see a little bit more of a consolidation, but it's still holding up rather well up at around that 260. So yeah, semiconductors are still strong. So let's look at AVGO, right? AVGO, right? It was one of the names that somebody had mentioned. AVGO saw a huge move, a 2 or 3 standard deviation move on earnings. Okay, and then look at how we pull back in. And this is one that we talked about on the live stream saying, I wonder if price is going to have memory around its earnings expected move. And look at, we hung out at the upper expected move for a few trading sessions and boom, we started moving from that level. Kind of cool how that played out. Okay, we have the 10-for-1 split coming up here right around the corner. And as I see it right now, we're just kind of consolidating. So is it actionable right now? It's not my type of action. Right, in this current moment. I mean, if I'm day trading it, maybe I can find those type of trades, but a swing setup, if I'm looking at the 15-minute time frame, it's above the rising 5-day moving average, kind of gets stuck right up in this area. So maybe if it starts breaking right up around here, but yeah. Also have that negative divergence it's building, okay? So yeah, I'm looking for AMD to consolidate. I mean, AVGO looks, once again, bullish. These all look bullish. Okay, they all look bullish. They all look like they can go higher. I think that we may be due for some sort of consolidation here and so forth. But I mean, they're all the main attention. It's everyone's eyes are on the AI trade, right, on semis. SMCI, yeah. Let's take a look at SMCI. Yeah, I know. PNW's not technically a semiconductor. It's a cybersecurity or whatever. I just kind of bundle it with that just because it moved like those. So, but yeah, I think it's considered security, right? Cybersecurity or something like that. I talk fast. So NVIDIA, which one was the other one that you guys wanted me to pull up? PWR. Okay, we can look at PWR. Okay, we'll pull up Ulta, VRT, SMCI. Let's pull up SMCI too. Yeah, so SMCI actually looked pretty bullish, man. I've been watching this. So it's up today. It's up 6% today. So big, strong move. And this actually is coming on a breakout. So this is the weekly time frame. And, you know, this is on a weekly time frame looking back, you know, for this year. So you can look at this in a log scale if you want. I'm not looking at a log scale as of right now, but we are breaking out of this like 3 weeks tight right here. And it's, you know, we have a rising, let me go back to the weekly time frame. There we go. So it's breaking out of the weekly time frame. So looking at this, it looks like, you know, a pennant pattern. Overall, we're kind of going sideways. We're above that the 10 week, above the 30, above the 40. The MACD is starting to flatten out a little bit here. So are we going to come test these, you know, retest these highs? I think that is I think that's honestly a possibility. I think it's an absolute possibility to do that. I mean, we went through a huge move, then we were going through a pretty large consolidation. And I mean, it's not that crazy of a consolidation after that run up, right? So if this is going to be, you know, a measured move, I mean, we can go 1400, 1500. You look at the daily time frame, you have the 20-day, it's starting to curl back up. The 50-day is starting to flatten, you know, rise back up here too as well. So I think these are all you know, this is potential stuff taking place right now in a name like this. Where would the risk be, right? So we have a low, a higher low, a higher low, right? So you'd want to probably, you know, be mindful of these lows if they start breaking, because that could be the change in trend or the you know, in the shorter term. And then we have obviously high, lower high, a lower high. So really, I mean, you'd want to see this break up here. So if you wanted to give this one more time too, I can understand that. And then we have earnings, you know, this is earnings seasons. We're coming up into earnings seasons here too. So just be aware of that. It starts with the financials though. Okay. S&P 500 is coming in a little bit here. Still not down to 55.75 as it stands right now. Yeah, no connection on semis. Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just talking facts. It's yeah, cybersecurity. I'm talking about correlations, not as far as like fundamentals or anything like that. Just correlations, like a mathematical correlation, which is interesting to me because, you know, a lot of, you know, names in the S&P 500 are all correlated too. So if the S&P 500 goes down, you can also, what's up, FT trader? Good morning. Or are you saying GM as far as like pull up GM? Yeah, we're gonna do CRWD. CRWD actually looked really good, if I remember correctly. Yeah, CrowdStrike. So CrowdStrike, in my opinion, is also a very good looking name, right? Very bullish trend. You have the rising 20, rising 50, rising 200. Everything's, right? Strong stocks typically get strong. I mean, today we just hit another high, right? So yeah, it's backing off from that, but let's be fair. It's just put in a new high for the year. So it's not bearish, right? There will come a time where you'll look back and be like, it put in a new high for a year and it hasn't seen that high for months. Okay. So that means it could be consolidating, right? But right now, right, it put in a new high today. It's not like it was a high over here where it like completely reversed on its face, you know, in earnings, right? Earnings it gapped way up and then reversed on its face. And then it started coming in a little bit. But strong stocks typically get stronger and it went up and then now it continues up and we just literally put in a new high today. So in my opinion, I mean, all I'm seeing here is a nice consolidation. You see higher lows, right? Higher lows. It's getting very tight, albeit that things could be frothy. Things could be a little bit frothy in the markets. And I don't know how this is going to respond if the S&P 500 has capped to 5,600. Right? If we get capped up in this area, is it going to affect other names? Well, we're not at 5,600 yet. So if this turns around and comes up to 5,600, I think names like all this are going to benefit. Why? Because these are at all-time highs and the S&P 500 is at all-time highs too. Right? If you want to get more tactical, you can look at the 15-minute time frame. The 15-minute time frame is not giving us much right now. It's literally flat, no trend. Okay, so you could say, okay, well, I prefer it to be stronger, which means up a few bucks. Okay, cool. But right now it's just hanging out, going sideways, right? Even if it comes down to the 50-day, right, and even fills this gap, I mean it's still in a bullish posture in my opinion. Like it's still nothing structurally broken from a technical perspective. Things change quick, but as it stands right now, in the current context, you would look for trades to the upside in these type of names. That's just what it is. It's just what it is. And I'm okay with that because the higher the market goes, the easier it is to make money, right? Because there's a lot of names that correlate to the S&P 500. So if it keeps going up, right, I get that a lot of names have been breaking down. So I found an interesting stat that I shared on Twitter because a lot of people have been saying the bears are getting destroyed. And I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, no, not really, right? I guess people that are shorting the wrong things, right, are getting destroyed. But then that goes to the same part of the bulls, right? You can't say that because if you're a bull and you're shorting things that are not working, you're getting destroyed too. Which was my point. And then I looked at the statistics. I'm like, let's break this down. Let's break it down. Okay. Here's the statistics as of the other day. Now this is July 3rd, right? S&P 500 all-time highs. Okay. 40% of the stocks in the S&P 500, 40% are down on a year-to-date basis. Year-to-date, 40% of the stocks are in the red. Okay, that was as of July 3rd. And only 22% of the names are outperforming the index. And the best part about this was when I tweeted this, no one's said anything. Like, people talk about bad breath, but they didn't give these statistics. All of a sudden, an hour later, I see people posting the same exact thing and they're from big accounts and they don't follow me. I'm like, that's interesting. Yeah, right. You see the statistic and then all of a sudden you make the post. Can't give any credit. That's just how this world works. It's the same thing in like corporate America. Did I ever tell the story about when I worked at Verizon, how we had to do this one program where we had to create a new product? And the product that I was creating had to deal with breaking from prepaid, right? Prepaid has always had this negative connotation to it. It's like, oh, that's what, drug dealers buy these like prepaid phones and they try to sell like they're called burner phones. And so I did this huge video sort of thing. Like, and I basically said to people, all right, what's your thought when you see this word? And I'd flip the sign over and it said prepaid. And I'd filmed a bunch of people and it was all negative stuff. And the position and what I was doing to, the higher ups and the corporate, the positioning was that we need to rebrand prepaid. All right. Which by the way, we did. It's called Visible now. But it wasn't called that. It was called Freedom originally. And what I found so funny is they tossed the idea. About a month later, all of a sudden, we go to an all-hands meeting, and the A-level execs, right, the C-level or whatever you want to call it, the exec team, one of them came out and literally did my presentation. Isn't that crazy? I'm not even joking. And then I look over at like the team and everything, and they're like, oh, they're using our stuff. They're using our stuff. And I look at them, I'm like, and you're happy about this? Like, what the heck? Like, he literally, he's like, what do you guys think when you first see this word? I was like, okay, this is literally word for word. You're just sniping our presentation and telling us to cut it. It's so messed up, dude. So messed up. That was when I worked at Verizon. Another thing at Verizon too that they did. This is all corporate America. It's not just Verizon. Verizon was a great job for 13 plus years. If you ever go to like a Walmart or a Target or so forth, and you see a Verizon prepaid display, right? These prepaid displays that are all around all the nations, and they're lighted. If there's a light displayed, that was also me. Any lighted display there. And I ran a big test there looking at hundreds and hundreds of people of when they look at an unlighted display and a lighted display and how much more eyeballs we got. It's fun stuff. Like, I love that degree of freedom that I had within that company and creativity, but once again, the credit didn't go to, the individual who puts it together, right? The credit goes to the person that signs off on it. It's just so backwards, these companies sometimes. Everyone's like just kicking and scraping to get to the top. Ugh. Ugh. The only thing that I miss about the corporate life is the team that I was on. I loved working with the team. Oh, sorry, my camera got heated, dude. On this heated discussion, my camera. I'm putting it back on right now. It does that sometimes. I don't know how we got into that out of CrowdStrike. Thanks, Moonraker, for bringing up CrowdStrike. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, camera overheats. I don't know what's going on, man. It's just plugged in all the time, so thing gets hot. So hot. I'm so hot right now. Hansel, he's so hot right now. Okay. Let's take a look here. All right, somebody had mentioned Ulta. We're gonna go Ulta because I don't want to keep the person waiting here. Yeah, so Ulta looks like it's making a little bit of a turn right here. You know, small risk for a potential nice upside. Yeah, that makes sense. Just be aware that the trend is down, right? So you're fighting trends in these directions. The short term is starting to turn over. The 50 days starting to turn over, and you're getting some strength today. So yeah, to see it come in and maybe see some potential upside makes sense, right? But just be aware that you do have selling pressure, right? So in context like this, when I see things like this, I'm usually a little bit more aggressive, right? So I posted a trade idea the other day on SPACE, SPCE, going into today. And like, this is a horrible trend, right? Now, this isn't anything like Ulta. This is a completely different type of setup, but I'm just using this as an example because it's in front of my head. But SPCE, man, like horrible trend, super high beta name. You don't just like, hey, I'm going to buy right here and invest. Like maybe some people, if they really believe in the company for whatever reason, like I know nothing about it, okay? But you get this huge capitulation move on volume, boom, 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 boom. I mean, it literally fell from $17 to $8 in like a month, right? Huge fall. And now price action is getting very tight and coiling up. And you know, this day you saw some volume come in, you had an engulfing candle, and now you're getting some follow through. So it's like, okay, maybe this thing could pop up right up to 10 bucks, which is a gigantic move. Just this little move right here is 16%, right? But these type of moves, you got to like, okay, now like I'd already be updating my stop, right? Because I'm not trying to take a 10% loss from right here, you know, on this breakout to down here. But my point here is that if I look at Ulta, it's the same thing, right? You got hit pretty significantly. You can call this a potential double top, right? If it cracks down through this low over here, so it didn't quite. So you could say it's just in the kind of support zone area. And you're seeing a little bit of a lift off right here. Averages are turning around a little bit. Look at the 5-day. It's a little extended right here, right? So if this comes in a little bit and the 5-day starts picking up, maybe that opens the door for a little bit of a pop. But then I would just be looking to update my stop, update my stop, update my stop, and trying to catch what I can catch. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, right? Oh. Thanks, Minraker. Space and Ulta has no fundamental connection. I appreciate that. No, I know. Dude. Oh my goodness, you're funny. The MACD histogram is pointing down on CrowdStrike. Does that concern me? So, I mean, let's pull up. Let's pull it up so everyone can see what you're talking about. So if I look at this and it's pointing down, and the MACD is also down, it doesn't hold me back from taking a trade if it starts to move in the direction of the markets, right? It wouldn't hold me back because this can easily turn back up. Understand, like the MACD, it gives us ideas of when things and changes can happen or digestions, but it is obviously using prior data, right? So it could change very quick if the day changes. So even if it is like this, right, and it's it could very well break down. I think that's always a possibility. But I would just know, like, okay, if it does break down and I still want to take a stab at it, I would still be looking at a very specific area of risk. All right, so it's just, you're stacking ideals in the favor, All right, so if you're stacking ideals and you're looking at this as like a T-chart and you say, hey, this is bullish over here and this is bearish, bearish over here, you'd say, okay, trend, consolidation, there's no breakout yet. I don't know, if you're looking at fundamentals, right, earnings happened. It was a pretty positive move on earnings. So I'm assuming that the market likes its fundamentals for now, right? So you're stacking these fundamentals. And you may be looking at other indicators too. But then on bearish, you might be like, well, we did recently have, MACD, bearish crossover, and the histogram's pointing down. Well, what else is bearish going on right now? Okay, and you might try to find one, two, maybe find something, do your best and be as objective as you can be. And then you look at this and be like, okay, so, what's the conclusion? Is there too many bearish ideals, next to my bullish, so I maybe just walk from the trade? Or even in bear bullish, you can be like, well, there is a good risk to reward because it's tight, right? So you can stack. You can stack, and look at it and be like, well, there's a lot more bullish ideals in the favor. So am I really going to not take a position because of this and potentially miss out on opportunity? Maybe not. So that's kind of how I would approach it. I wouldn't hang my hat on just one specific indicator. And on top of that, to note, indicators too fall within buckets, right? There's like 4 or 5 buckets of indicators, right? You have like volume indicators, you have trend indicators, help me out here, volatility indicators, what else? What other kind of indicators are? I have a whole list of this stuff. There's like 5 or 6. You have sentiment, which can be considered a type of indicator. Give me a second here, I'll pull it up. You have trend, momentum, volume, volatility, and then I would even expand that out into like sentiment as well, right? And then, so I'm saying that because you don't want to just stack up a bunch of ideals that like, oh, well, this trend indicator is down, and this trend indicator, and this trend indicator. That's all, okay, that's one trend indicator, right? Just like this, if it's bullish trend, I'm not going to be like, well, this indicator says positive, 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 and they're all trend indicators. That to me is just irrelevant, right? So just kind of take it from multiple buckets, like, okay, trend, momentum, X, Y, Z, right? Or so forth. But I wouldn't be stacking up like, multiple trend indicators or so forth, right? And MACD kind of falls within that trend bucket, right? And that's where it's kind of conflicting itself a little bit here because you do have a bullish trend, right? You do actually have a bullish trend, but here it's showing you a potential change in trend, right? It's showing weakness, or is it just showing what it's showing right here is that digestion, right? Price has been going sideways since basically here, and then it continued sideways as this crossed over. So it can resolve either way, right? And then the MACD is going to update after more price action comes out. Hope that helps. Social media trending indicators. Hey, there's people that trade that kind of stuff. I know some software that's like not scalped markets, but like scalp data, which I don't think you can do anymore on Twitter. I think they kind of blocked that. I think that there's some software that does it, but it like looks up like how many times things are. No, I think that that's still available. I think that they just blocked like ChatGPT or something. But you can, find out what's trending via social and any hot names or hot topics that are coming up. I've seen people do that. I mean, I think in the Unknown Wizards there was a person that did that. That they have created software that did that. Do I need a video editor? Not really. Not at the moment. My video edits, I like literally do one take and I don't do any editing. So, I mean, I can get it done in 30 seconds, right? If I don't know, maybe making short content, YouTube short content, to see how like interactive and cool it can get from these live streams. Maybe you can show me if you do anything like that and you make some really cool interactive pieces that are, relevant to whatever, then maybe. Those take a little bit more time to edit. That's why I post a lot less of those, which I've been meaning to do. I got some equipment to do that, but CrowdStrike got a downgrade today. That's why it's down today. That can make some sense. Cut out all the pauses. Yeah, that's true. I can, but so Moonraker, there's software that I have that I can cut out any sort of pause. I have it. I use it sometimes. Usually in my market briefs, I do that. I don't really have many pauses in my market briefs. You'll notice that I don't say, or, you know, and like have fillers really in my market briefs because I cut those out like with automated software. And then I could take like, hey, if there's a second pause or anything like that, I can cut it to a half second automatically with a click of a button. All right, so we didn't quite make it to that 55.75. I was kind of hoping that we'd get down there, but we didn't quite make it there. Some other names that were brought up. So yeah, we did Ulta, we did AMD. We didn't do oil. We'll do oil. What's VRT? Veritiv Holdings. This looks familiar. VRT. I mean, this is a clean looking chart here. Clean looking chart. Maybe this is a little kind of double bottom right here. You know, to be a double bottom, you'd want to break this high over here. Okay, little, you know, pull back into the 50-day moving average, getting some consolidation, seeing a little strength. Yeah, the bullish crossover there. Kind of battling with the 50-day. It's under it right now, but it's, you know, it's still rising as of 20 days picking back up. So, I mean, this looks good. It looks good. It looks like it can come right back up to the swing high, right? And then you would just have a stop down here. That'd be like a 1-for-1 sort of thing. So risk one to get one, or you can even tighten it up. You know, there's no problem with tightening it up too. But if you want to give it space and you think it's going to go higher, then yeah, maybe have your stop lower and then move it as time goes up, you know, and see if it puts in a higher low. It's a good looking chart. I mean, right, it's been strong all year. Boom, shwee, and then now it's consolidating, pulling in. Yeah, like right now, like so you have a high, a lower high, and then this lower high right now. It's not necessarily a lower high. It's just lower than this high. It hasn't broke from this. So I would say if it does start breaking down, then you know, be a little bit more cautious coming down into this area and so forth. But right now, right, that would be the kind of level, you know, that you want to break from. I mean, even up to around 100. It's kind of a little level up in here. But good looking chart. A lot of good looking charts, man. A lot of good looking charts, people. A lot of good looking charts. All right, oil. Oil, okay, so this is also one that's, man, there's so many confusing things going on in the market right now. It's crazy. A strong move in oil. Typically, when you see a strong move in oil, it correlates highly to energy names. But energy, you know, it's down on the day. Although we did, I think we played energy pretty well. We marked this as the kind of area where it could bounce from. And we did see a bounce. Where did we see a bounce to? Well, to the lower high, like to this trend. And now it's coming back in. So we don't know if this is going to come back in and put in a higher low yet. Because if that is the case, that could be the early start of a trend reversal, but then we'd have to break this high. So, you know, if oil stocks or energy sector is going to continue to stay correlated on a shorter term, longer term basis to oil, and oil is going to, you know, move higher or consolidate here, I think there's opportunities there in that. So we got to just be, you know, aware of that. But right now, it's not like the greatest looking. Let me pull up XOM. Does this one correlate? I mean, this is, yeah, XOM's down. I traded this one intraday the other day. Let me see what this looks like intraday now. I traded this little pop right here, but on like a 1 minute time frame on this tight trend. And I was out by end of day. Today it's doing nothing. I'm sorry, not XOM. Wait, was it XOM that I traded? I thought it was XOM or XOP. No, it was XOM that I traded, I think. Yeah, it was XOP. I'm talking about, let's look at XOP, but I traded XOM. My bad, getting confused. Yeah, it's just respecting this downtrend here. So I prefer to see this obviously break up through here and see, you know, see strength come in versus anything because it's just not there yet. I want to take a look at utilities too. Okay, utilities. Utilities is getting very tight here. Now utilities have been also kind of this trend that's down and then kind of breaks lower. It's below the 50-day, which is inclining, below the 20-day, which is actually declining. But this little tightness here, I'd be just made aware of because a quick break can break us down into the golden fib zone. But if we do start breaking up, up higher, we could be breaking out of a larger structure here. And that could be probably potentially pretty bullish for utilities. SRE is a name that I have. And this thing has just been chopped to smithereens here. Like we saw a big day the prior day, then a big drop down here. So this thing has just been kind of going just sideways, trying to wait for this break. So it's like, you know, break down here, I'm just out. And then if it turns back up, I'll be back in to see if we can play like a stronger move. But right now it's just kind of going sideways. All right, market net flow today. It's been a no convergence type of day so far. We still have a pretty strong bullish divergence. 556 would be the magnet, which would be up here. So, I mean, if I'm looking at this, I feel like the S&P 500 can easily just turn right back up. Start heading back up, you know? That's kind of what it seems like. There's nothing to really say much otherwise. I like seeing this. I would prefer to see it turn green, but give me a second here. I would have preferred it back down to 55.75, but it didn't quite reach there. Now we're just kind of consolidating. So if I'm looking at the 15-minute time frame, do we have a negative divergence? Yeah. But we also, you know, we're just consolidating. We're just flagging out here. And this could be honestly because we have Jerome Powell tomorrow and the next day and Yellen, right? Un momento, por favor. Por favor. Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, Q's expected move is monthly expected move. We're way outside of that. I'm pretty positive here. We'll pull that up in a second. I have it on my chart. All right, so once again, yeah, we do have a pretty strong bullish divergence, no convergence here. Remember, this is an environment that you look to buy the dip. Or what are we doing right now? Well, we dipped a little bit. We're flat on the day. We're up 12 basis points. Just flagging out here. Still daily expected moves up here at 557. And then we have, you know, intraday price target of 556 based off this gamma level over here for 0 day. That could be the magnet. So play it up to 556. Bullish, right? Bullish, if anything. It's just not an environment that I was short into, right? Okay, let's take a look at Qs because somebody had just mentioned Qs. Yeah, so Qs, take a look here. Qs is making a move. So this is being led by, obviously, tech. But take a look at the monthly expected move. Hold on, give me a second here. Let me update this. 496, 75. There you go. So Qs right now is breaking through that upper monthly expected move. So the SPY did this last month, and if they continue to go stronger, and if we come up to the weekly, I think that up here at the weekly expected move is probably where I'd say I'd be putting on like a hedge. In my hedge, in that case, would probably be some short, some tech. And it would be a very short-term thing because one, you know, I don't like doing that into strength, but you know, if it's extended past the upper monthly expected move, if the S&P 500 is up now there towards 5,600 where we can get a pin, I feel like that'd be an easy like short-term trade and just to, you know, put on just another additional piece of inventory against long positions. We're not there yet. We might not get there. Who knows? But that's what I mean, if we don't get there, it is what it is, right? It means I don't lose or make money on a position. It's not really worried about it. But if we do get there, I think that would be a pretty ideal place, being outside of what the month price in for risk and so forth. We'll see. I mean, these next couple of days, this week is going to be influential in the markets, right? Influential meaning we're going to see where a lot of traders start positioning themselves after we get the data. I want to check in on IWM, see what's going on there. If anything came in, no, just consolidating. Its weekly expected move is around 204.61. 211 is the monthly expected move up here. 211 and 2 cents. We'll just say 211. So IWM's coming in slightly here. It is above the rising 5-day moving average. We're up, a percent on the day. So IWM is seeing the relative strength today versus like SPY and Qs. Qs is up 21 basis points. Okay. So let's take a look here at the S&P 100. So Intel started making a move from its little tight consolidation. Nice little breakout there. Boeing had some news. That's up slightly. Not really much going on there. NVIDIA holding up. Target making a 2% move. Give me a second here. Sneeze. Sneezies. AMD still holding there, up about percent on the day. You have Tesla up another 1.75% on the day. The Tesla's just squeezing. So if you were in this trade, if you managed to be in this trade, like all I would be doing here is just updating stop losses, updating risk parameters. You can take partial profits or update the stop to the lows of each trading session, right? And you'd be way in the green here because you wouldn't have got stopped out yet on if you just move the stop to the low of each day. Ford. Let's take a look at large market cap names. Okay, so Apple, flat on the day, slightly up. Microsoft, flat on the day. I mean, this is just an inside trading day. It's just consolidating. Nothing here is really that bearish, right? Everything from this large market cap perspective is bullish. Everything. Frothy? Yeah. Bullish? Yeah. AMD, new high today. AMD is getting pretty tight here. Just know that like if we get a down day, like on some volatility, you can have one day down and it'll wipe out like, the price action of 4 or 5 days very quickly. But that doesn't necessarily mean to get all bared up. It just look to see for price action to get back tight, consolidate, and set back up again. Like right here, right? This was tightened up. You saw, some volatility. You saw a higher low, a higher low. So if you think of this in terms of volatility, think of it in terms of like, I don't know. You stretch a rubber band, right? And then it kind of retracts back and you stretch it again. Boom, it snaps back. You stretch it again, but not as much. Boom, and then it snapped to the upside, right? So I don't know. That's not a great analogy, but it would be a good analogy for things that get tighter. All right. Let's go back to SPY. We'll take a look at PLTR. We did that, we did oil. Okay, so we got a lot of names that we've completed, we went through. Oh, thanks, Glenn. Yeah, I knew somebody did. I remember reading about that. Chris was the guy to do it, Chris Camillo. Okay, somebody had asked, wait, cancel. Meta on Bookmap. Yeah, let's pull up Meta on Bookmap, so I'll let that load up. And we got VRT's like, yeah, HLT. Let's take a look at HLT. Hilton. Oh yeah, a lot of these hotel names are looking pretty good, like leisure names. Let's see, Marriott too. Yeah, Hilton, Marriott. So basically what I'm looking at here for Hilton is I'm just seeing it kind of, first off, we had this little double bottom thing right here and it actually did, break it and play it out. And now we're just consolidating, right? Kind of around these highs. in bullish context. So, I mean, this it's a good looking chart. Last couple of days kind of funky, right? You gap up, you close lower, you gap up, you close lower. But it's really just kind of going sideways, and we're kind of at the lower kind of end here. So if it starts breaking down, I would say maybe give it a little bit of time there. Maybe look at the 5-day moving average. Yeah, it's kind of just chopping kind of aggressively, which is not my favorite type of price action here. But you can see it's kind of, you know, expanded, smaller type of move, right? If it's getting tighter, I'd still wait. I'd still prefer to see it break through one of these highs. But overall in bullish context. And then I look at Marriott, and it's kind of the same thing, right? Kind of same thing over here, but you did see some decent strength right here. What is going on, man? And then this could be like an early kind of little entry to potentially build a larger base back up to these tops. So you're right in the 20-day, the 50-day is starting to flatten out here. So if you do start to see some strength here, this could be an opportunity back up to 255, 260, kind of up in this range here for Marriott. 5-day moving average is flat. So once again, you know, I'd prefer to see it up higher and start to trending up, but it's not there yet. But the chart on the daily is kind of setting up. Weekly time frame, just getting very tight, consolidating very tightly here on the weekly time frame. Thoughts on CMG? Chipotle. I mean, we're coming into earnings really soon for this, so I'm just hesitant on that kind of stuff. I don't really start new positions into earnings unless if it's like a very clean setup, which this is not. Because we're seeing that kind of rise in volatility, you're seeing bigger, you know, range candles here. Looks like we finally got that split, and after the split, we're seeing a little bit of weakness after that. All right. So we'll see kind of how that resolves itself. But overall, I mean, it's been very bullish. It's just in the short term, we're getting a little bit of distribution right here. And I just wait to see kind of how that shapes up to be. Right? The 5-day moving average is clearly down, and we break above it when it's trending down. It got shot back down. We break above it, we shot back down. So I'd be waiting. I'd be more of like a wait and see how it consolidates sort of thing for Chipotle. Let's take a look at Kava because we're talking about food. Yeah, Kava's been looking really good. And look at Kava, right? This one's breaking out now, right? This one's been kind of getting frothy, but I mean, this thing keeps on putting in another highs. It did today, just now, recently. So Kava looks strong. Yeah, I think I am. I think I may be live tomorrow. I'll let everyone know a little bit later. Oh, now Bookmap on Meta. I forgot about this. Sorry. Here's a Bookmap on Meta. For those that asked. So we have some. See if there's anything like really that stands out here. Yeah, a lot of volume that traded up here at about 543. Then we have some orders. The bigger orders right now for the day are right around this like 536.50. You have about 10,000. Then you get some overhead supply right here at 535. And getting a little bit more of 534. We're seeing kind of a strong trend moving into that stuff. So those would be the levels to watch. We're getting a strong trend. So these could be like known as buy stop pop sort of setups. Where you pop through and you move up 50 cents pretty quickly to $1 very quickly. But the main level would be, I think, 536.50 right now in the meantime, in the shorter time frame. S&P 500 still going sideways, not doing anything. It's up 11 basis points. Getting pretty tight here, though, on the daily time frame. So are we going to see a flush back down, back to this lower trend here? Try to come back up and so forth. Market net flow. This is actually a positive development on market net flow right now. Right? We're starting to get green convergence. The red line is now below zero, diverging completely from the cumulative net premiums of calls. So, this to me says 556 right up here. I think that's an opportunity, right? This is the magnet right here. Let me see if I can draw a line there. All right. Things can obviously change quickly, but that would be the level that I'd be watching for the upside, just based off of the 0 date levels right now. So we'll see. So what happens here is if this convergence can hold green, that's a positive sign. Now, if it goes gray, that means you can have the counter trend moves and this could come in a little bit more. But are we starting to see the early stages of, maybe this little flush out, and then we start to see the bullish price action kind of come in. And even looking at this, it's like, it's just so much attention up here at 556. So actionable right now? Could be actionable right now. Could be. Let me go into a smaller time frame to maybe get a little bit cleaner picture. It's not even that good of looking at a chart on the intraday time frame though. Let's go to a minute. It's just not a clean setup. Just cruddy looking today. Just choppy. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. All right, so I like how it's setting up here. As far as let's see if it takes it to 55.75. That would be an ideal level. So let's see if it brings there because we're right there. And let's see if anything's changed here. 55.50, 55.75. That's still the area of focus. Is 55.50 and 55.75. So the dip buyers, I would be looking for strength off of 55.75. But we just haven't been able to actually get down there yet. Yeah, it's been a pretty decent day for scalping, huh? I mean, if you're scalping the right ways, I guess. Right now, the market's kind of flat, just range bound. Gap fill too is just beneath us at about 550, 480. It's technically, I guess, a little bit lower because we closed technically. If you're looking at the close, be right there about 550, 470. So I'd be looking at maybe this area if you're looking for a dip buy, and that kind of lines up with right here at about the 55.75. We'll see. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. Bullish. What's up, Super Beef Patty? What's up, Hayes? Pendle. What's the ticker on Pendle? London close. Yeah, we had the London close a little bit ago here. My camera keeps going off because of overheating. I need to put like some cooler in it. I'm surprised how much it turns off on me. It's kind of crazy. I'm gonna reset it right now. I can show back up on the stream. Hey, you're welcome, Joe. We'll take a look at NQ. Yeah. Oh, NQ for yeah. We'll pull that out. Okay, let me see if this will load back up. All right, we're coming back in here on the S&P 500 slightly. Same with some of these bigger cap names. Meta's coming in. I'm subscribed to that because it's kind of taking up some bandwidth. Okay, let's see if we can get down here now. All right, we're about 90 cents from 55.75. So let's see here if we can see any price action from 55.75. Looks like we're going to come into it. And there it is. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, so we're right there at that 55.75 level. Let's see here if anything holds. Convergence, it's back to gray. It's kind of waffling right there. Still, magnets up there at 556. We'll see if that can hold. There was the gap. Darn near the gap fill right there on S&P 500. So we'll see here. as price is pulling in, this low consolidation. If that's going to just hit the lower trend, then we're going to see something from now. Anything change from here? Still no. SEDG. What is SEDG? Solar Edge. Yeah, I mean, these ones are just like, you know, those quick in and out sort of things. This kind of reminds me of SPCE, which I was showing a little bit earlier. So yeah, up 10% here, breaking from this little tight wedge. Got to kind of be aggressive on those names. SPCE, you know, kind of same thing. You know, just similar look. A lot of these names got just hammered. They're in a downtrend, so yeah, they'll probably bounce at some point. That's what we're seeing right now. Okay, so there was that move from the gap fill. So if you manage to trade that into that 55.75, you got a couple points there. It might lead it to more. We'll see. But that was kind of that level that, you know, traders have been eyeing in pretty much for the entirety of the day, since before the cash market even opened up, and we just came down there. Another level is down here at 55.50. Going down there today, something I think would have to happen in order for that to occur. And you know, with this bullish of a divergence, like I feel like you would need to see a little bit more of this, the red line start to turn up, the green line continue to point down. That's what I would expect to see on a move down all the way there. But you know, that's what some traders were eyeing, 55.50. They were eyeing 55.75, and we just came into it. So we'll see now. False breakout, it might be. Let's pull up IWM. We'll look at IWM for that. They correlate pretty tightly. Yeah, we're coming back in. This level right here, it's so interesting to me. Like, look at this level. So we marked this out a while ago, this 202. Right? You date back and you're like, man, when it holds its support, right, you see breaks from it, but then it sucks back down into it. And then, oh, we're above it. And instead of like testing a cash market, we broke down. And when we got below it, boom, we flushed. And then we got back above it on this gap up, boom. And then we, you know, stomped around. We were under it. Then we came above. We came back to it. It's just like literally this gravity point is at 202, and we just haven't broke from it yet. It's pretty crazy. So NYA is coming in. I mean, small caps have been relatively weak for a while. We contracted, we expanded. We're back to the downside, right? Back to the downside. I think the big move is underway on IWM. We talked deeply about IWM. So what I did in the early part of this trading session was pretty much go over what I'll be talking about on the stock market brief tonight. I'll be going over those charts a little bit more in detail, going over some individual names and so forth too. Let's take a look at NQ. Here's NQ. NQ is at close to highs of the trading session. But it's like been pretty relatively flat all day, right? This is the 30-second opening range. So this is the first 30 seconds of the day, right? High, low, and the yellow is the midpoint. You can see like we broke down, we came back up, it chopped us around, boom, we came back up, and now we're holding that level, right? So right now you can see it's actually quite interesting. We're breaking to another high here for the day on NQ. It was a strong move, right? And we saw supply here, so maybe, like I said, I think looking at market net flow, and now the convergence is gone again, right? It did give us some hope, but now it's back to zero. But the market net flow has been pretty bullish. Just a chop day, dude. It's just a chop day. It's just a chop day. Some traders love chop. Some traders hate chop. I prefer trends because trends to me are just way easy. Trend days, when they come, I like to push my limits. I like to push my limits on trend day. Am I frozen, by the way? Or no? Can't tell. Let me see here. Is my stream on Twitch frozen? Just my face is. What's going on here? Yeah, Bookmap's working, but like my camera's like all messed up, right? Weird. Why is it doing this? Let me reset. Reset my cami. Guess so. All right, we're back. That was weird. Yep, YouTube. Okay, I'm back now, I think. So NQ pulling back in after that little consolidation there, or a little pull up to that prior area supply. ES is underneath the daily volume weighted average price. I mean, if something was like standing out to me, dude, I'd be willing to trade right now. It's just Ollie, yeah, sideways. I mean, that was looking decent earlier. What's energy doing right now? Energy's down 1%. What's utilities doing? Nothing. Ain't nothing going on. Ain't nothing going on right now. Let me see. It's like the attention's like Tesla. Attention's on Tesla. Up 2.5%, roughly at the highs of the trading session. So if you're looking to just play trend, Tesla would be it, right? Or it'll probably come right back up to 259.09. So like little moves, right? If you're trying to scalp in. Let's take a look at Meta. Meta is the one that showed some relative weakness. It's going sideways. Let's take a look at Apple. Apple's seen some strength here and getting a little tight on the smaller time frame. So this could be potential here. Tesla and Apple holding up. Microsoft, same thing. Sideways. Nvidia. That's probably what's helping pull the market in a little bit here. But overall, what are we doing? We're just consolidating. We're just consolidating, just going sideways. I think we're going right back up to 556. That just seems kind of like what's going on right here. Yep, New York lunch coming up. Got that lunchtime lull. Put a fan on my camera. How do I do that? Like a little fan, just like pointing towards it? Maybe that'll help. I'm choppy like the markets today. Seriously, that's kind of how it feels. All right, I want to take a look at my tight list. Let's take a look at some of these names here. Let me pull that up. In July. What the heck? What the heck? One of the names that I was interested in, I forgot about. Him X. This is a smaller name, but the daily time frame looked kind of cool. It is what it is now. I'm letting it go, but it was getting pretty tight. This was on the just a nice flag. It was on the tight list. We're seeing a little bit of a breakout today. So it pulled back nicely into this 20-day moving average that was inclining, and we're seeing a little bit of a move today, about 4.66%. So that was a nice little move there. Could be a flag, so it can just move back up, maybe to 950. That could be a target. A little bit too late for me. Excuse me. I want to see what happened at AMSC. Yeah, AMSC, for those that traded this did hit the target, just so you know. AMSC was a holy grail setup. That are people that are in the Discord. And I always hate saying the word holy grail, but this is, give me a second. Holy grail setup is from a book called Street Smarts. Give me a second. If you Google Holy Grail figuring out money, it'll show you a 60-second YouTube video of this specific setup. It's from a book, Street Smarts, from the 90s. It's a great, easy trade setup. In short, you look for a positive trend. We use the ADX for that. And then you look at pull back into the 20 EMA, 21 EMA, something like that. And basically, when it pulls back into it, you have to break the high of the prior trading day. You put a stop there and you trail it up, and you try to go for this prior swing high. And if you traded that, you nailed it, right? Traded the breakout, boom, and that was for a right to the high, 15% move. Come on, people, that's pretty good, all right? 15% move there, and we did reach the target. Now at these points, it's like, okay, now do you just get out fully, or do you take some off? Or you keep your stop updated? That's up to the end user, right? That's up to the individual themselves. If they think it's going to go higher, you stay in, right? But that did reach its target. So nice little move there. Let's take a look at some of these other names on the tight list. AGYS looks like it can break 105 here. I want to see what it looks like longer here, though. So you see a strong move, pretty deep pullback, and now it's consolidating, getting tight right here. So this kind of looks like this little, cupping pattern right here. After a big breakout, right? Big breakout, pulls in. Now it's getting a little bit tight here. So within this kind of range of risk, if I just zoom in, you kind of be looking at this as like your kind of box, right, of your risk. This would be your risk, and who knows what the potential reward would be. A measured move would be like, taking from the, low to the high and just doubling it, right? Duplicate it out, and then it'd be like this, maybe to 120. That would be the target area, and then your risk would be maybe this target risk right here. You can give it more space. If you give it more space, maybe make sure your position sizing makes up for that. But yeah, this one looks pretty decent. You got to just keep in mind that, we're not far. Like, these can take off, like, especially if we start moving up to that 5,600 level. But we just once we get up there, I think that's where things can start getting a little choppy for a lot of names. We're just not there yet. VRTX getting pretty tight here too. Take a look here, man. Look at this thing. VRTX starting to break out right now of this little, pennant, I guess you can call it. Flag, pennant, I don't really care. Whatever you call it. It's tight, right? Moving out of that on the tight list. 15-minute time frame. Yeah, is it getting a little frothy? Yeah, maybe. So, look where it came from. So we didn't really see a pullback. Maybe the pullback was right here. So if you enter in, maybe you watch that level. I feel like we can retest that at some point here. So you got to just be mindful that that's a minus, 2% move if it just comes down to this low. But overall, I mean, it's a pretty strong looking chart, right? Strong looking chart. Like, are we going to go retouch 486.43? Probably, right? So VRTX is looking pretty cool. For right now, at least, STX. Like, this is weekly chart, okay? Weekly chart. We went through some, clearly, like, this is the accumulation, and we were in a markup phase. We broke out on a pretty nice move here. Could have been earnings, and now we're flagging like 3 weeks tight on the weekly. So if I go to the daily and I zoom in, I mean, look at this. Another flag, right? Another flag consolidation. We're seeing some strength today, up 1.82%. Is this going to be one of those things where we take off and go up to 118, right? Measured move. Well, we're claiming the 20-day right now. Like, this looks good, right? STX. This is a Seagate. There's a lot of names that look like real good. A lot. I don't even know what this is. FN Fabrinet. What is this? I mean, man, just huge move on earnings, followed through, getting pretty darn tight right here. Even this up to 257, like from 244 to 257, we're talking about a 5% move there. I mean, that seems likely. I'm being really picky on like a lot of my trades right now. There's some retail names too that have been kind of setting up. So like TJX, I think was one. That's just consolidating right now. ROST, pull back a little bit and seeing some follow through. Foot Locker. Foot Locker is actually kind of looking good here at the lower area of this trend. Right, it's just flagging out, consolidating. This one got hit when Nike got hit. Let's take actually look at Nike. What's Nike doing? Yeah, Nike's just getting follow through to the downside right now. Makes sense, right? We gapped down, and now we're getting some more weakness. I think there'll come a time here that Nike's the trade. I think Nike will be a great trade. We're talking a multi-billion-dollar company, huge brand. It ain't going anywhere, right? It's not going anywhere. I would imagine, not in my lifetime. I just wouldn't imagine Nike's just going to evaporate, right? I think that we need probably a new CEO. And I think from what I've read, the CEO's contract is up like next year in April. So that could be a potential turnaround time. Maybe even earlier, right? If I look at look at this thing. Holy moly, man, this thing is just getting distributed. Let me look at the weekly time. And then show you kind of what I've seen in the past. I'll show you a larger term chart here. So I'm gonna go time frame. I'll give you 10 years. So this is the pandemic low over here. That's crazy. And this has been in a downtrend too. I was hoping to see this thing take off on earnings to the upside and then consolidate so we can play a move to the upside. That's just not what's going on here in retail land. But the reason why I pulled up the larger time frame chart is because I'm kind of interested in this like $60 up range. So I'm going to just draw a box here. I threw this one up on Twitter too. Kind of like this zone here. It doesn't need to be this big of a zone. I can make it actually smaller. But in this zone, the reason why I'm pointing out this zone is because the lows here. Let me actually activate this. Bring it back over here. It could really be this zone in here. I think that zone's a little bit more likely. So basically 60 to 70-ish range. You can see the prior swing highs. Now this is a long time ago, but you can see it consolidated right here, and then it broke from this level, acted as support, and this was the low over here. So anything within this kind of like range in here could be a longer term, if you're looking for a longer term investment, you think Tesla's going to pick back up, or you just wait, because the thing is, like, if this thing could go sideways for like 3 years. We've seen that kind of stuff happen. Like, look at ARK, right? Look at ARK. This thing went down and it's been literally going sideways for a long time. Even here, it went sideways for a long time, right? A couple of years. 1, 2, 3. We're working on 3 years sideways, not going anywhere. Although, look at the weekly time frame here. It is getting tight and it's starting to break out of this little tight contraction. So is ARK going to start moving into an uptrend? Technically, the 40-week is trending up. The 10-week is starting to turn back up. We've been seeing a little bit of strength here. That'd be kind of interesting. Get a little rise in ARK. Maybe go retest these highs at about 54, 55. That'd be a decent target there, and you just have a stop here. Could make sense. Feel me? Know what I'm saying? NQ's getting pretty tight up here. You see these higher lows. So NQ is looking like it wants to start breaking out. If that's going to be the case, right, we'll go back to the S&P 500. That 55.75 is holding right now. So if you're in that trade from down there and finding that strength from it. Market net flow, still decent bullish divergence, no convergence, not giving us anything there. Nothing changed from a 0-date level, still. And from a... Remember, no convergence tells us that we can have chop or counter trend moves to the divergence, okay? Counter trends move in a bullish divergence would be down, which we've been kind of seeing, right? Since we kind of lost convergence here. Right? We've been going down, then we got some convergence right here. We saw a little bit of move more sideways than anything. And then we started losing convergence here. We went down, got sideways. Still trending like this, which is actually, in my opinion, healthy. Oh, my camera keeps going. I'm sorry, Steve. Yeah, my camera keeps on dying. It's hella annoying. Hell of annoying. Any action with MDGL? Let's pull that up. Yeah, I mean, this is a decent looking chart here. It's a pharmaceutical. It looks like it's been flagging after some strength, and now it's kind of going sideways, right? So flagging out, and now it's trying to break out, going sideways, and kind of into this prior supply. So it doesn't look bad. If I look at the weekly time frame, right, we're getting, fairly tight here. We had 3 weeks tight. Are we going to start breaking from this and moving? Yeah, MDGL looks pretty decent for a pharmaceutical play, right? And then you'd have your idea stop would be in one of these areas down here. Let me zoom in, right down here or right here. You're playing the breakout. So, I mean, a lot of these names look good. Like everyone's pointing out some really good setups. From just a price action perspective, WBA is getting destroyed. So WBA, yeah, man, I don't know if they're going to be in business. I feels like this is like Woolworths. I wouldn't short it to zero, but because you can get rips right back up into your face. But I feel like the same with Big Five, BGFV. I feel like this might be a no more type of company, like going to zero. Some Big Fives, they do probably pretty decently, but big box retailers. Gotta be just some of these big box retailers, man. The competitors are just too big. I haven't been in a Big Five for a while, but every time that I need something like just randomly and there's a Big Five, like I'll probably go there if it's just a quick sort of thing. But I never really go there. I'll go to like a, Dick's Sporting Goods or something like that, right? Because those are a little bit easier to find. And Dick's, like look at Dick's, right? Dick's is straight up, dude. Oh, not recently. It's down a little bit. But yeah. There's DKS. Okay, let me see here if I can find some other names here to talk about. APO. I'm just pulling up names now. I'm just trying not to laugh too hard. I laugh at my jokes, my own jokes, too much. When do I think Tesla will pull back from its highs? I think probably pretty soon here. I pull back or consolidate, right? I think consolidation is on deck. This is a big breakout. I mean, this is such a huge move in Tesla. What did we say earlier, right? We said, like, okay, if you're looking for a little intraday trade, probably play it back to the swing high. Well, there it was, right? From just this little move is like a 0.5%, but it was like a $1 per share move. That's what happens when you trade trends. You see these pullbacks, you can probably play it right back up to the high, So pretty good move there. And then NVIDIA's holding up rather well still. NVIDIA's got a big hang on this market here. Kind of going sideways, but man, if NVIDIA can start moving back up to 130, this market can really start cranking up too. S&P 500 is pulling in a little bit here, back to around that 55.75. Pulled back into that level. And we're flat on the day. So S&P 500 flat on the day. Not even moving. It's not bearish, not bullish. And this is just leading up to the chairman, Fed Chair Powell, speaking. I was looking for a move to 556. We may not get it right now. There's no convergence. So that's where you get the counter trend moves, and that's what we're getting right now. It's still just not worth trading for me. It's just, I'm just not interested. Such a child. I know, it's great. Never lose your inner child. Okay. Let's see some other names here. Hims? Hims? I mean, I'm not much of a fan of that, but I can pull it up. Doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad at all. Hims, I mean, it's setting kind of up, right? So you had this move from the 5-day moving average, and then it pulled back and seen a little bit of strength here. It's starting to turn back up. The daily time frame. Kind of consolidating. Putting in lower highs right now, but if you start breaking maybe about 22, see lower highs, lower lows. If you start breaking this back up to the 20-day, that might open some opportunities to retest that high. That could be an opportunity there. Another high beta name. eBay is getting pretty tight here too. eBay's been pulling back in a little bit, but this has been, you know, pretty strong move from earnings, and it's been going sideways. We have been putting in higher highs, higher lows, and now we're getting a little tight here too. So eBay on a breakdown, maybe watch out, but perhaps on a break up to the upside, you know, get back above, you know, 50, 53. Could be a play back up to the top or even higher. That'd be a 4 or 5% move. Even FDX looks still good. FDX was one on the radar a while ago, pre-earnings. I was looking at this on a weekly time frame and just watching this trend right here. And we talked about it right down in here. This was one of the trade ideas. And honestly, I mean, it's just now it's flagging on the weekly time frame. But if I go to the daily, I mean, we had a huge move on earnings, and typically strong stocks get stronger. So to retest these highs and even break out higher, to, you know, I think that that's a possibility. I even think like 320 could be a great target, right? That's might take some time to get there, but FDX is pretty solid looking. What's Disney been up to? I know people have been trying to trade this thing like crazy. I'm just still wondering why. Like, I mean, like from a long perspective, I get it. Like, I don't know if it's an investment, but the trades that I've been seeing are just not good trades. If you want to take shorter term trades, makes sense. But I saw some of these short dated option trades. I'm like, dude, that is it's like way out of the money. Get destroyed on that stuff. You got to be very tactical, especially when it comes to options where you have to deal with time or theta, right? So yeah, we're declining here. If I look at this right now, so I've played this a few times for little pops intraday. I'm looking at this now. It's like, okay, RSI's, you know, burnt up a little bit. You do have a positive divergence on both the PMO and the RSI. I mean, you can probably play Disney right back up to the 5-day moving average. You know, probably get a 70-cent gain. Maybe more if it continues to go up, but that'd be the first initial target, you know, on this pullback here. That'd just be playing like weakness. So once again, catching a falling knife, you have to be careful with that and manage that risk. Holy moly. Manage the risca. S&P 500 still coming in here. We broke through 55.75 level. Bullish divergence still, although the cumulative premiums for puts are pulling up, and we still have no convergence. So this is, once again, where you get the counter trend moves. Down 2 basis points on the day. Still nothing. Delicious bugs. So broke through that gap fill. Let's see here. It's actually pulling into the lower, actual like a real lower trend down in here. But let's see if on the 0 date, if anything's changed here. No, still nothing has changed from a 0 day perspective. So 55.50 would be the lower put support. But that's pretty far. Like I said, that's still far down there. Still far down there. Actually, there was a level of interest too on Bookmap. Here we go. So take a look here on Bookmap. I forgot about pointing this level out, but this has been here for the day. Let me see here. This 400 contracts over here at 55.85. We're starting to get a little bit of levels here at 56.05 too, but 55.85 down here could be a level of interest. There's 400 contracts. I mean, if we start flushing down there, maybe that would be the level to really hone in on if you're looking at ES. But right now, dude, we're just unchanged. We haven't even budged. Haven't even moved. Did I check on Ulta? Yeah, I did do Ulta. Yeah, Ulta. Yeah, Ulta's doing kind of exactly what we said. We said it was kind of extended, and to see how it pulls back and consolidates, and it just kind of did that. So you saw this breakout here, and it could open the door a little bit further, but it just came in, and that's kind of what we talked about here, looking at the 15-minute time frame. We're like, basically, it was probably around this range, right around here, and we said, you know, look where it came from, right? Breaking out, it's looking good, but I would say wait for the consolidation, see if it pulls back, tightens up a little bit, and we did just get that pullback there from this little breakout. The 5 days still kind of flat to neutral. Maybe we might turn up, but then the overall trend, right? The overall trend is still down. So these type of things you got to be a little bit aggressive on. As far as like the daily time frame goes, if you are playing this little breakout here, you know, maybe a stop down here, which is the higher low, and then you can target up maybe higher, right? So that's probably a 2-for-1 risk, maybe even higher for the 3. But you just got to be aware that the trend is against you. The shorter term, the 20 days starting to turn up, the 50 days starting to flatten out. So you just got to be aware of that. Yeah, I can look at INTC. So INTC I did talk about too. This one's moving and consolidating nicely. It's broke out of a very tight consolidation here on the daily. So it got smushed, right? Broke down on earnings. Even before that, it broke down on earnings. Went sideways for a while, and we're seeing a little bit of an uptick. Getting a little bit of relief out of this contraction. Now, if you played this breakout, awesome, and you'd probably update your stop, but would you go long right here? I mean, I would be looking at the 15-minute time frame if that was the case. And if you were going long, you can play a move to see if it goes higher, but I would just honor your stops and have, some ideal risk management, because it's very likely that we see these things come in and consolidate. We've seen that happen now time and time again. Even Tesla did the same thing. We were talking about AMD potentially doing that, breaking out and then maybe consolidating tighter. That's kind of what Tesla did. So you take a look at Tesla. It broke out of that downtrend thing right here, and then it tightened up, and then we fired off like a rocket ship. That was a great play there on Tesla. Ding, 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 ding. Remove this level. That was the gap fill. Still unchanged pretty much on the day. Let me put up the weekly expected, weekly volume weighted average price, which is also the daily. It's a new week. ZM, yeah, we can take a look at ZM. Zoom video. The pandemic favorite over here, Zoom video. Bearish trend, right? All the averages, the 250, 20, all sloping down. You saw a big move down here, flagged out a little bit. Probably wouldn't be interested in touching this one for myself personally. Series of lower highs, series of lower lows. Now we're kind of just breaking from this tighter consolidation. If you're looking short term, I mean, the RSI is getting a little frothy here to the downside. So if it comes down a little bit here, I mean, you might be able to play for shorter term bounces and stuff. But if you're looking for a longer swing trade, I mean, it's just not in the greatest trend to do so. It'd have to shape up a little bit for me. Right? Weak stocks typically get weaker. Strong stocks typically get stronger. Let's talk about Bitcoin. Bitcoin's, where are we doing on Bitcoin? So Bitcoin had a kind of a, crypto saw a little bit of a crash, pretty significant. I mean, it was a pretty significant move. And this could be coming off the news from, I think that there was like some distribution taking place in like, something to do with Germany, but then you had the Mt. Gox distribution. Okay, so you have a bunch of different these catalysts. The narrative is one thing, but there was signals that told us that this could be the case. One of the signals that I like to use is just the Sailor to Shift tool. The Sailor to Shift tool definitely gave us this. Let me pull it up. Okay, so let me download this. Semiconductor. So here's the Sailor to Shift tool. And this is measuring the rate of change between Bitcoin and gold. That's why we call it Sailor, like Mike Sailor, and Shift, which is a huge gold bug. So the Sailor to Shift tool, when it crosses a negative rate of change over here, that would be the signal once we have a weekly close below it, right? So we actually had the signal 2 weeks ago. And then when the price action closes below, or when it gets below, not closes, crosses below the prior week low, that's the trigger. So the trigger really happened right at about 63,000. And then it flushed down to about 53 something, 54 or something, okay? So the signal, the trigger, all came. The last buy signal was up right out of the gate, and then it started whipsawing to the downside and then saved you from a little bit more. A lot of these buy signals, right, been like in recent trade has been somewhat whipsaw. I guess not really, actually. That was just that one. The prior one was down here at 40,000, and we went all the way up to 65,000 before our next sell signal. And the buy signal prior to that was down here at like 28,000, and it ripped up to about 40-something thousand before getting that next buy signal. So this was the one last sell signal here, and we saw break from 65 down to about 56. Then it started recovering. We got our buy signal. Then we got whipsawed down. Now I'm just kind of waiting. I'm just waiting to see what happens from this point. It's on a sell signal, sell trigger. This ratio, this tool is caught in every big crash in Bitcoin. Not perfectly, but it's caught in every big crash in Bitcoin. Like, so go back to 2021 over here. This move from, I don't know, this all-time high at this time, 65,000-ish, down to 30,000. So caught that, gave us the insight. Over here, 65,000 down to, I don't know, 40-ish, 45-ish. And then right here was a big one too. It caught it from, I don't know, 40 to 45,000 down to 18,000, 17,000, somewhere around there. And then you get a lot of whipsaws, a lot of changing hands, and then you started getting some decent buy signals, right? Whipsaw, but these two were really decent. That brought us to these all-time highs. Pretty powerful tool. It's worked so far so good. Doesn't mean it's always going to work. There's no holy grail, but so far, measuring the volatility and the rate of change between these two assets, and then having that kind of a strategy behind it, it's been working pretty good. I can't complain. It's outperforming the price of Bitcoin if you're just buying and holding. So that's that. Somebody had mentioned that Ethereum maybe getting the approval or something like that. Let's pull up ETH. Ethereum's down. Ethereum saw a nice big move there, but a little bit down on the day, nothing crazy. Same with like obviously Bido and stuff is down a little bit percent today. I was pulling up Bitcoin futures a little bit earlier ago. Second here. All right. IGV. IGV mentioned somebody tech cup with handle. I don't really know if I'd put this as a cup with handle type of trade. I don't know what time frame you're talking about, though. I would consider this actually a double bottom. So I'd say probably the move from the double bottom could be, bring us up to around here. That would be the measured move. And maybe even if it does come back, you can watch for the back test and strength after that. If it does, I don't know if it's going to come down here or not, but if it flags out and then moves from that, that could be a level. Call it honestly whatever you want. Like these double bottoms, couple of handles, like you can name, like you'll notice the structure over time, but really what it comes down to is it building a base? Is price action contracting? Is it getting tighter? Right? I've been in like way too many, like not even arguments, but people are like, no, that's actually this is what it's called. It's like, oh, okay. And most of the time they're wrong with it, but sometimes they're right. And it's like, yeah, okay, you're not wrong, but how do you trade it? Oh, it's the same way you trade that. Okay, then it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't. I don't care about the name of it. I care about how you trade it. Is it tightening up? Is it going to potentially expand in the near future? Because if you really think about it, all patterns, to some extent, all patterns, they're just showing you periods of expansion to contraction, flags, wedges, pennants, triangles. It's all the same thing. It's just showing price action contracting. Head and shoulders, technically it's doing the same thing because you have higher low or a lower high building into a neckline. Double bottom, right? More of a base breakout type of thing. But a lot of the times, if it's a strong move, you wait for the consolidation anyway, then see the breakout because you always ask, hey, where did price come from? So there's your lesson there. PDD, Pinduadua. Pinduadua is getting pretty tight up here too, but it hasn't really gone anywhere. It was looking real good like there and there, and now we're getting a little, I think it's something to watch. I think these Chinese names have been getting, they looked really good for a minute, and then they change quickly. All right, so if I pull up like K-Web, right, looked really good multiple times here. I think we even traded like there or there. I can't really remember. Huge move, and then this thing got fully reversed. These Chinese equities are very hard to change. Even DIY, like I tried to trade this so many times, and I finally caught the perfect move from here to plus 20% up here. And then since that, I've been looking to buy back in. I was looking here, and then it broke down. I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going to enter in. Now it's at the 200-day. I'm like, okay, and now it's getting tight up here again. Maybe I'll play it again. Maybe I can bounce from the 20-day or 200-day to bounce back up. But I still think this is an underrated opportunity here. I just don't know if it's the best time. DIY. But it is getting pretty tight on this trend here. It just looks like, if it snaps down, it's a choppy one to trade. I think I traded it here. And I just kept on getting out, break even, and then finally I got to move. And I was smart to get out of it in hindsight. If it kept going higher, I wouldn't look so smart. Welcome to the life of trading. Dua. Dodo. Pronounced dodo. Do-o, do-o. Duo, duo. Pin duo, duo. I don't know. I heard somebody who speaks fluent Chinese say pin dua dua. I actually heard one of the analysts who speak fluent Chinese say it pin dua dua. Now I'm interested. Now I'm going to go back and play it. I may have got it confused, but yeah, it was actually it was actually live at an event when I heard him talk about it. But I could be getting confused. And the reason why I remember it kind of is because he literally said, he was like, everyone pronounces it this way, but it's actually pronounced this way. But I can't remember if I'm saying it the way that he said it, or if I'm saying it the way that everyone says it wrong now, you know? So now I'm kind of confused again. MK says, do. Man, it's a tough one. But he did pronounce it in a way that did not sound like how I used to pronounce it. So now I try to pronounce it how he said it. But duo means a lot in Mandarin. Ping means to match. Ping. Okay. Oh, thanks. Helping out here. Doesn't matter how you say it, it's how you trade it. Well, it definitely matters how you trade it. But they did point this out the last time because people were asking about it. And he was like, everyone pronounces it this way, but I guess it's important to investors to pronounce it right, or even it's really important for analysts to cover it correctly, especially if they're sitting there analyzing it, but they don't even know the name of the company or how to pronounce it properly. So I would imagine it's very important, especially if you're an analyst for Chinese companies and that is your main language. I would imagine I don't know what the main language is. Maybe it's Mandarin. But yeah, I would imagine it'd be important to know that, especially if you're like meeting with like the team at the company. My way of saying it is correct. Okay, cool. Yeah. That's how I remember him saying it. I just couldn't remember, I remember a couple of things that he said, and I was like, and then I got a little sidetracked. So, okay. S&P 500 still coming in here. Man, just one of those days. It's just one of those days. No convergence still. Where you get the counter moves. Been nice bullish divergence, but no convergence. And overall, we are flat on the S&P 500. Let's take a look at the Qs, or actually, let's take a look at NQ. We're back at 55.75, right around that area. NQ is right back into the opening range. This is how you know we're chopping, is because the NQ, we're literally inside the very first 30-second candle of the trading session. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. It is a range day thus far. Thus far. That's why we haven't been able to place anything. Why haven't I placed anything? NVIDIA up 2% on the trading session. And if this comes in, it's kind of looking a little toppy here, but I mean, that can change because you can literally just draw this out as a range too. You know, just be at the lower end of the range, come right back up. A little choppy, and it's in bullish context. It's up 2% on the trading session, but Google down. Meta got a little tight here. What happened to Disney? So there's that little pop in Disney that we were kind of talking about. Ow. What's Tesla up to? Tesla looks like it came in a little bit. It's getting tight here. Just not interested right now. It is what it is, man. Just not interested right now in putting on any positions. I think tomorrow will be telling, or well, at least the next couple of days. We have 2 days of this stuff. You know, I kind of was interested in JWN, which is Nordstrom's. That was a retailer that I was kind of eyeing. Let's see what that's up to. Coming in a little bit today, but it's still holding up rather well. It kind of broke out of this trend, but it's coming in a little bit slightly today. It's above a rising 50-day. This is a pretty highly shorted name, if I remember correctly. Earnings, we saw a decent move. Boom, boom. Consolidating, getting tight. It's coming back in right here. I think this might be a trade to the upside there. That can be an opportunity, especially if we start to get these expansion and volatility on these smaller cap names that we pointed out earlier. Maybe that can be one that plays with it. And then yeah, Foot Locker was one that I'm still kind of interested in here too, at the lower end of this channel, to maybe play to the higher end or even potentially even higher. And then Nike was getting smoked today, and it's just following through to the downside, earnings move, which is rather normal. But you can see that this is why, it's important to watch the smaller time frames, because we looked at this and we're like, it's getting pretty frothy to the downside. You can play pops to the upside if you're trading intraday. And sure enough, we broke that trend. We flagged out. We broke up a little bit higher. So these are like short-term, like catching falling knife type of like risky moves. Little rotations. They're all around us. Sometimes it makes sense to do it. Sometimes it's like, do I even feel like bothering with it right now? And right now I kind of am in that zone where I don't even feel like touching anything. I just don't feel like it. Got a power outage in SoCal. How big is the power outage? I did cover INTC. Basically, we're talking about the little breakout of that tight consolidation. It looked pretty good. But, now I'd be looking for that digestion a little bit, right? So INTC. So if you are trading it, it'd be good to look at the smaller time frame. So intraday, right? We're seeing, it tighten up. Maybe we see a pop higher. 15-minute time frame. It's also, you can see it pretty clearly here. It's kind of flagging, consolidating, right? But so you got to manage that risk on these pullbacks, right? Maybe those would be your ideal stops. And if you're trading it for a little bit longer on the daily time frame, I would prefer to see, more time go by and more consolidation. This would have been the place to play it, is breaking through the tightness, and then you got to respect that it's in a downtrend still and update your stops and move it along as time progresses. But I mean, it's not a horrible looking chart here, not horrible at all. Getting some momentum there to the upside. Whatever happened to space? Space ain't doing nothing. I was looking for this to see a pop, but these names are very difficult to trade. It saw a pretty decent pop today, actually. Up at like a 6% pop, 7% pop. It's coming back in right now, though. Another one that a lot of these names, man, I prefer just clean setups. Come on. XLU is actually picking up right here. Look at utilities. It was red on the day. Now it's at the highs of the day. And look at how it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Holding that that golden level zone of the fib that we talked about on the Discord if you're there. And then it's that pullback. I mean, this looks pretty good. Look at the weekly time frame. Right? This is a hammer candle. Then we have a inside trading week. It's below the 10-week moving average. So a break of the high could produce a nice little pop there in utilities. Utilities might be the play. Utilities might be the play. I'm in SRE, and that was looking, it looked good, and then it looked cruddy. It's still floating around sideways. This thing's getting tighter than a, I don't know, rubber band. Let me see here. NEE is one of the larger holdings in utilities. That one's still wedging. Duke is a big name. That one's looking like it's trying to break out here with the MACD turning around. Duke looks pretty good. Southern Company. Look at these. I mean, these utility names look good. This one might, careful on the breakdown, but I mean, it looks, like it's kind of contracting here. It's going to be a boring market if utilities are the names that are trading good, right? Or the ones that start breaking out. It's like, ooh, fun. Let's do that. Let's trade some utilities. Boom, 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 boom. All right. What do we got going on today? Nothing. Still flat on the trading session. We did kind of bounce from this little trend here. So I don't know if this is just a short-term bounce to come back down a little bit lower, or if we're going to try to, come back to the upper edge of this and maybe break out and go back up to the week to date. If that's the case, I mean, cumulative net premiums for calls are still down. We still have a bullish divergence. Cumulative net premiums for puts are picking up, but we are losing convergence here. Had a decent sized order come in here at this low. Then 556 now is converted to green, so this can act as more of a repellent. I don't know if we still, so if we move as we're flat on the day, I think if we start breaking to the upside, I still think 556 could be a level. Now we're kind of, farther away from it. We do still have a lot of time in the trading session. We're kind of in the lunch lull period. Nothing that I'm really interested in. Somebody's asking about CELH. I don't think I have my position in CELH anymore. I think I got out on, I can't remember when I got out, but I don't have the position anymore. I think it's still an opportunity, CELH, to play back in here. I think I was in, and then I added, and then I got out, and then I got back in, and then I got back out. It was like a quick trades being very aggressive to try to play it back up to this 65, which I think could be still an opportunity there to play. But I'm not in it at the moment. Beyond is one that I'm interested in for a bounce still, and this one just hasn't bounced yet. But this one also, it's like one of those things that are just kind of riding this trend lower. It's getting pretty darn tight here. MACD's turning up. You have these positive divergences showing. We do have earnings around the corner, but I think that some of these times, these names, like you're trying to catch these falling knives, so you got to be somewhat aggressive. So I like to look to see if it gets back above the 5-day moving average and so forth. But names like this, I look at, I'm like, we can potentially make a little bit of a move, a little bounce trade. Hood looks still pretty decent too. Hood is in a pretty bullish trend, right? And is going through a period of consolidation right now. So we went through consolidation here. This is a little choppy. And now we're kind of just chopping around sideways here. You can see we're kind of coiling up. So I don't really like to enter just like blindly here. If I do, it's a very small position, and I know exactly where my stop would be, which would probably be trailing the 50-day or under this low. But it would be interesting to see it break above the high of today and then maybe play it through that level, right, through this consolidation. I think that's a decent way of looking at this. That was the high of today. Reclaim that 5-day moving average and then see how it sets up again. Look at the weekly time frame. It's in a markup phase right now. You can see it went sideways, and then all of a sudden the averages started to turn back up, right? So you have stage 4 decline, stage 1 accumulation, stage 2 markup as it stands right now. So you have the 30 and the 40 week rising, and now it's consolidating right now above the 10 week. A lot of things look really good right now. They really do. A lot of things look really good. It's the concern that I have is that what are names going to look like when we do hit this 5,600? Because 5,600 seems likely. That's where traders are reaching out to. I don't know if it's going to be immediate or right away, but how is the market going to look like if we do stall at 5,600, right? 5,600, the reason why I say that is because that is the call wall, 5,600. And you can get stuck in this area, right? That would be the bullish price target. And then if traders aren't going to reach out further, right? If they're going to get stuck here, it can reject price. And then from that point, we got to just keep an eye on the gamma flip line. It's currently at 55.10. So that we're in negative gamma, or that would be negative gamma right down here, which we're pretty far off of. So now dealers are looking to, buy the dip, sell the rip, buy the dip, sell the rip, buy the dip, sell the rip. Volatility contracts, which we've been seeing. Fight the trend, not the greatest idea in this environment. The only time I'd say it would be idea to like maybe hedge, not necessarily go full bore short or fight the trend, is I'm looking at the Qs, right? I'm looking at the monthly expected move right here, how we're there, right? We got outside of it today. We came back in. That's what the price in for the month. There's a lot of time left in this month. So I'm like, man, if we get way outside of it and come into like the weekly expected move, maybe even outside of the weekly, right around this range, I think that might be an ideal place to put on some hedges against some long positions. And the reason why I say this is because I look back through the last 2 months, and even the SPY, we got outside of the upper monthly expected move. That's where I put on hedges, and bam, we came right back into it. And I typically close out those hedges, what I did, but they were smaller positions. I wouldn't even consider it really a hedge. I think it was more of just a trade, and a small trade. But that's what happened. And then we bounced from those levels and we moved up again. And we've been doing that for a couple of months now. And things are getting frothy. And we have a lot of uncertainties up ahead. We have the idea of rate cuts and so forth too. And as we've shown in the prior, earlier part of this trading session, the chart that shows us that, the last time we went through a rate cut cycle, it wasn't that great for the markets. My camera went off again. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, like today's trading session, I'm up a little bit, right? What do I got in my trading session today? I have some utilities, right? Like I have an individual name SRE, which is down, but I have some UTSL, which is utilities 3X, and that's up on the trading session. Whoa, my camera. Man, I'm gonna let my camera cool down for a little bit here. Give me a second here. Letting my camera cool down a little bit. Dollars up. 10-year yield. Is this up on the day? It's up on the day. A little bit up on the day. Let's take a look at the market watch tab. Big chop fest. Look at so you have 47 advancing names, 54 declining in the S&P 100, which are the largest market cap names in the S&P 100. They are basically just like, what is going on right now? Give me a second here. My wife. God dang, my baby's so cute. Oh my gosh, she sent me this video of me last night. It's funny. Let's look at the heat map. The heat map. Hey, there's a clear name in the S&P 100 that's really holding things together here. Anybody see it? Let's look at the S&P 500, how that's looking. Yeah, look at a lot of this red. Then you got like AMD, AVGO, Meta down. But these down moves, okay, so let me see if my camera cooled down a little bit. These down moves, they're really just little consolidations. So I don't, look at Apple, it's down. Oh yeah, it's down, it's unchanged. It's basically gonna be up, right? Right? Put it in a hanging man candle. Google. Oh man, it's an inside trading day. The market's falling apart. No, not even close. Okay? Not even close, people. Nada, not even close, Peppa. jumping on a USO, taking a little USO trade. Cool, cool, cool. SPY is just, SPY, I mean, gosh, this little bounce looks kind of skeptical. See some more strength, but like you see this big move and then all of a sudden you get these small little range bodies. It's kind of like drifting up a little bit. Like if we start crossing below the low of this 15-minute candle or this one, I mean, gosh, it literally looks like it can just come right back down. But you see what I'm saying? It's like this big candle, then it's small little range candles. Oh, sweet, it's coming, it's recovering off this lower trend. That would be the other trend that I'd be watching right here. Just this little trend for the day. Little trend for the day. We'll see. Market net flow still not giving us any edge. And we're just trading around that 55.75, which was labeled in the morning. Still holding up to it. Saw a nice little break from it earlier. We're just right back to that level. I got some music on. I don't have Trade the News. I just didn't. I could get it back. It just, I don't know if it was worth the almost $500 a month, and I was just using it basically on my live stream, which was like once a week. It did pay for it itself like a couple of times on the same exact notification, but I don't know. I just didn't make much sense to me. So I might try to find a lower price one if that's the case. But I do have some music playing right now. I just think it's just quiet. Turn it up a little bit. Shamanama. There we go. All right, let me see some else. Pull up some other stuff. Yeah. Don't stop the beat. Don't stop the beat. Look at some other names. SRPT. This looks pretty good. SRPT is a therapeutics. Sorry, but that therapeutics. But I don't know if this was on the tight list or not, but I had it on my watch list. But it is getting pretty tight down here, wedging out. So actually, I'm interested to see if this is a Holy Grail setup. I don't think it might be right yet. Where do I go for that? SRPT. There we are. Maybe this might be one that I'm down to swing, actually. Let me see here. Okay, give me a second. My style. Looking for the Holy Grail. There it is. All right, so it's not Holy Grail status worthy as it stands right now because it hasn't pulled into the 20 EMA. But it could be on the radar for that. But the reason why I'm looking at this now is because we had a big move on whatever news this was. Definitely was probably news to cause a gap up like that. And now it's been digesting that news. It's been digesting that news. Oh, you know where I heard about this one? I think that it's a holding in the name that I actually traded. Let me see here. I think that's where I found out about it. Give me a second. Checking. Pink. Simplify Holdings. PINK. Weight. Yeah, it's the #1 weighting in Pink ETF because I traded Pink ETF and I looked into that. That's why it sounded familiar. And actually, this gap up on news is probably what caused Pink to actually move up that day right there too. Boom. Which is actually when I got out of my position at Pink. Okay. So we haven't seen the strength show up yet, but it is the consolidation. So I'm looking at this, you know, and it's just pulling back. It's getting fairly tight as far as the closes go these last few trading sessions. I would like to see it pull in a little bit more, but I also am looking at this. I'm like, I can start a starter position in it just to have it on my radar. I'm gonna just walk on it, and then I'll wait a little bit and see if it shows up strength, and then go from there. It's just not. I think that there's an opportunity for a little trade, but I think it would be a kind of short-lived trade, and I'd prefer to see something that I can hold on to a little bit longer. So I think I'll keep it on the radar, but yeah, looks good. Looks good. This one looks like a bear flag right here. I would say this is more like bullish because the gap up. Or are we talking about something else? Or are you saying right here? Maybe right there? The breakdown? It's kind of look how like S&P 500 kind of look like on the 15-minute time frame. Right over here. It's kind of showing that strength going into that upper trend. So, I mean, it looks decent right now, but the small range has got me a little bit on edge. So I'd be watching that low for this candle. My bias is still long, by the way, if you're wondering. Bias be long. Have you covered Lily? Yeah. I haven't pulled that stock up today. Can it go to infinity? Yeah, seriously, huh? This looks like the next $1 trillion company over here. It's not far from it. Isn't that crazy? What a move in Eli Lilly. Yeah, I'd be definitely paying close attention for periods of distribution, or periods of consolidation. This was just such a massive breakout, and this thing has just been moving and grooving. Would I execute a new position up here? Absolutely not. But with that said, I mean, strong stocks typically get stronger. So do you really think 928 is going to be the high? I mean, we're a stone's throw away from a big psychological 1,000 level that I feel like traders will probably be reaching into at some point. So watch those consolidations and see how it goes. Eli Lilly is, we're literally a stone's throw away, not only from 1,000, but we're a stone's throw away from being $1 trillion company in the healthcare space. It's pretty wild, huh? Had a couple auctions today. Consumer credit change at 12. I'll probably be off by then. TLT is up on the day. Yields are up on the day. Dollar is up on the day. SPX flat on the day. Man, I just wish there was more action. Keep an eye on ES's daily volume weighted average price. The VWAP is up there at about 56.28. when we just tagged into this upper trend right here. That's been seeing some rejection from it. Just a consolidation, right? But every time we've come to this upper trend, we've seen kind of like, little flushes. If we start breaking from that, I feel like we can open the door back up to 555 to the 555.30. Market net flow, still not giving us anything. And we're holding that 55.75 zero date level still, which was identified in the early trading session. I think I might have to be live tomorrow because maybe we'll get some more action. Yeah, there's a lot of trillion-dollar companies. Yeah, it's crazy, huh? It's crazy because we're getting all these, moving into that, 2 trillion, 3 trillion, all these names, but it's like the underneath strength has been so dang weak. So it's been a very difficult market, and it's so funny to me because people are like saying bears are getting destroyed, but it's like, dude, there's a lot of names that have been getting just crushed. So that means that if you've been buying these names that have been getting crushed, like I've been watching people buy Disney getting obliterated, and they're a bull, right? So it's not just bears are getting crushed. No, everybody, bulls, bears are getting crushed. It's people that are like in the index product that, that haven't been doing much, been doing good. And then people that have been very tactical in their approach, playing a long short book, being tactical, are probably doing great in this environment. People that run a long short book, great environment for that. Great environment. Right? Everyone sounds like they're like a Tesla hero right now. It's like, dude, Tesla, everyone saw this trade setting up, right? I have yet to say like, okay, go look, I talked about it over here and you talked about it down here. It's like, yeah, of course we did. Everybody did. Right? One of the easiest setups on Tesla was literally just looking at the year-to-date anchored VWAP. Like, look at this. Anybody patting their back on Tesla trade, it's hilarious to me. This is the most easiest trade to spot. And the thing is, every trade for an extent is very easy to spot. It's managing the trade, which actually is the difficult part. So don't get it confused. Like a lot of people, like a lot of times, like people get like interested. Oh man, they got so many right trades in a row. Okay, how did you trade them? How did you trade it? How did you manage the trade? That's the most important part. All the time, every time, hands down, it's how you manage the trade. It's the second trade, the third trade within that after the first one. So look at the year-to-date anchor VWAP. Here's Tesla. Bam, it got cracked. Okay, people have been trying to buy this dip on earnings. Everywhere they've been trying to buy this dip. And none of those people are saying about that anymore. They're saying that they caught it perfectly here. Year-to-date anchor VWAP. Boom, crushed. News, or earnings, news, or something like that. Got above the year-to-date anchored VWAP. It was flat. Bam, we came back in. Okay, bam, crushed it again. The time that it looked the best pretty much was right here. As price was just consolidating, getting very tight. That was it. Now, the thing is, if you're calling yourself like, oh, I did so good because it moved so high, no one knew it was going to squeeze like this. Nobody. That's why it's so important to manage a trade, right? This is luck. Luck of the draw. You had no control in this move. You had control of finding this tightness, finding a low risk, high reward setup. If you go watch the YouTube short video kind of like I posted, I talked about the strength coming in around the year-to-date anchor VWAP and how it was coming in, and I was looking for a low risk, high reward opportunity. Stop would be down here, right? It came up, boom, I got stopped out right there because I upped my stop, and then I just waited. I waited when? Until I saw more consolidation. This was the trade. This was the trade idea right here, actually. This is what I posted. It was literally, this was the risk, 177, 183 was the breakout right here, boom. That's pretty clean, right? It looks great in hindsight, but did that always happen? No, dude. It's almost never happens. Almost never. But the point of this is simple. You find the low risk setups, and if you get stopped out 4 or 5 times, it takes one trade to catch and manage that can wipe out a bunch of those haircuts. My point, if you played right here and this was your risk and you bought the breakout, because this looked good right here too. I was looking at it right here and right here. If you didn't respect that candle and you decided to add more into a losing trade, this contraction led to an expansion to the downside. That means, yeah, oh yeah, but now in hindsight, I'd be up here. Yeah, but you had to literally have capital tied up for this long, going absolutely nowhere, question every day. Maybe you bought the dip, maybe you didn't. So the trade is different from the investment. Always, forever and ever. Trade is always there, and you could have saw this as a bear flag, right? We looked at this as a potential right? Go back. This was an inverse head and shoulders. Then we said, okay, yeah, go back and look at it. So we said, okay, this is actually setting up for a pretty constructive bottom. But what do we say? Well, keep in mind, there's also a bearish way to view this, and that is a bear flag. Either way you look at it, it was tightening up, right? It was coiling up. It was coiling up. So an expansion was likely, and we got the expansion, okay? That's what happened. SPY coming in a little bit here. Back to 55.75. Kind of rejecting from that trend line, but it's just an inside candle right now. Boom, 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 boom. 0% of the time, it never works. 60%. Dude, 60% of the time is like, if you can trade and have 60% winners and you cut your losers small, dude, that is literally, you can do some damage in the markets with a 60% win rate. You can do incredible with a 60% win rate if your winners actually are managed properly and your losers are cut short. It takes one bad loser to wipe out everything. One bad losing trade wipes out everything. It takes one bad trade. So focus on one good trade at a time. There's the adage, what goes up must come down, just not apply to this market. It doesn't apply until it applies, you know? What's my longer term? SPX, SPXEW at 2000 labels, double bottom, or break down more. I'm not sure I understand the question. Oh, okay, I do. Sorry, my bad. You're talking about the ratio, right, MM? So you're talking about the, I'm assuming that you mean the ratio. So let me see if I can pull up a chart. It was the SPX relative to SPX EW? Equal weighted? I can pull up that chart. That's fine. No. You were I think you mean, because you said double bottom. So I'm thinking you mean the other way around. Equal weight relative to S&P 500, right? That's probably what you mean. Let me go line chart, solid thin line. I'm going to remove all these little dingles from my chart and we'll share it. We'll see what we see. Let's go 20 years. Okay, so okay, I'm assuming this is what you mean. So I wouldn't really consider this like a double bottom. And I'll tell you why, because a double bottom is like very, very specific. So S&P 500 is getting that follow through to the downside. I'm honestly not too shocked there. Still watch and manage that, but give me a second here. Okay. I gotta tell my buddy, where are we going? Where are we meeting? Okay, so here is the chart of equal weight. Maybe I'll pull this up on like the stock market brief and I'll go a little bit more into detail with it or whatever. So here is the chart of equal weight S&P 500 versus the relative weight. And basically what he's saying is like, we're literally reaching into a bottom where we haven't seen this type of like, weakness since 2008. And this was at like the bottom of 2008. And the reason why I say I don't think it's a double bottom is because a double bottom literally would be justified as if we start breaking this high. Then it comes all the way back up here and breaks it. Then I'd be like, okay, now it's a double bottom. Right now it's just matching to this level. Like double bottoms are, this is a double bottom, breaking that high, or, this is a double bottom, but then breaking that. It's just coming into a prior level that can maybe turn into, being a double bottom, but it is coming into this prior level, which is of interest. And I think that earlier in the episode, we talked more about like why, and we're looking at equal weight, which we were looking at IWM, right? IWM, we were looking at like how much it was contracting. And when we're looking at things like the summation index, that looks like it's about to have a parabolic arc tick over. And also the bullish percent index, right? Having a positive divergence. And we're looking at what happens to IWM during rate cuts. There's so much going on there, and it just looks like it's gearing up for a pretty sizable move, including the Bollinger Bands getting very, very tight, right? So today we saw a pretty nice big pop into this downtrend line. It's still contracting here very tightly. I think that we're going to probably see a pretty fairly big move, sizable move, and that could be in equal weight. What is equal weight? RSP. I think I pull up RSP. That's also equal weight S&P 500. Like, look at it. This is equal weight, right? Getting very, very tight here too, right? If you go to triple QEs, equal weight. I mean, this doesn't look bearish. Look at it. It looks like it's breaking out. Equal weight's breaking out there. So I think there's opportunities within that area. It's just, it makes a lot of sense actually, because it makes sense because if the bigger names start to consolidate or pull in, but yet we get a lot of rotation into other names, this can do just good. This can do good. This can do very good. I mean, and this looks. I mean, it's not a bad looking chart. So this is equal weight Nasdaq 100. FDX has seen that follow through today. That was a good looking chart earlier today. S&P 500 is all over the place. Hey, we're starting to get back into a potential green convergence here. We do have a bullish divergence. Are we going to start moving from break even today? From unchanged? That'd be cool. Yeah, I think on tonight's video, I'll probably talk a little bit more about the equal weight stuff and the divergence that we've been seeing, and then also the IWM kind of setup, how it's kind of going right now. Oh, my buddy just bailed on lunch till later. $550 keeps growing. Man, maybe they want to take it to $550. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? That'd be a nice move today. I don't want to trade it down there, but it is what it is. Okay, I'm gonna look at just some shorter term charts. We'll look into the minute candle, see if anything structure is happening from like, see if there's any shorter term setups here. Apple's putting in higher lows, maybe a move over 226. Nvidia is seeing some strength right here. Still seeing lower highs. Nvidia is making a little bit of a run here. Very short term. Google, no. Meta, Amazon, Burke, Lilly, AVGO. Tesla's down on the day. Tesla came in a bit. That's a little bit of a reversal there. AMD's still up 2.63%, so there's focus in on AMD. And Apple. It's a little frothy, but I mean, you might be able to find some shorter term trades here in just Apple. Maybe like a buck or two. Pull back a little bit into here and then maybe set up for, you know, a nice little run. Just hasn't gone anywhere. I'm just looking at some of these liquid higher market cap names. AVGO is holding up. Tesla is back to positive on the day. Just showing that weakness there. I want to see what Disney's doing. Disney came up to that line. I don't forget what that line was for, but then they got flush, man. Oh man, dude. Disney's getting just hammered, dude. Hammered. Nike, let's see if that moved anywhere, if that went back down. Hammered, dude. Hammered. All right, let's take a look at utilities again. Utilities coming down a little bit there, just sideways. Hammered, dude. Getting hammered, dude. Yeah, I can look at deck. Deck. Yeah, deck, I mean, just a huge earnings move, and now we're pulling in a little bit. So it'd be nice to see some strength come in. I'd probably be paying closer attention to the 5-day moving average. So it looks like we're trying to break through that, but it's declining still. So break from this level, it starts flattening out and turning up. Maybe it sets up a move where on the larger time frame, the daily, you know, we start breaking out of this like little downtrend here. You know, could be a wedge. MACD starts curling back around. Volume's getting pretty tight. We had some tight price action here. I would just respect it if it breaks down through this low, or even the low of this today's trading session, or the prior day's low right here. Said strong stocks typically get stronger. It's kind of it actually kind of pulled in to fill this gap for the most part. Not quite there fully, because it was from this day. That was a pretty nice level. I would maybe anchor a volume weighted average price to this high and see what price is doing there. Just like this, I can probably do that today for today's daily trade. Yeah, that's right there. Okay. Let's go to deck. I'll just do it from this candle. Yeah, it kind of broke there. I want to see if I just hand off the anchor view of what happens. Okay, and then I'll just hand it off again. Okay, that'd be an interesting thing. So if I look at deck like right here, from this candle right there, it held, and you can see price is actually kind of coming back into that area right now. So maybe a break from this 950 level might set us up for, you know, maybe a pop up higher, maybe up even into this range or this prior level up here. So I think there's an opportunity there. I think it's setting up. Dang, my camera's down again. My cameraman. My camera be doing weird things, man. Hella funny. My buddy's just texted me. Hey, we're starting to get a green convergence again. Oh my gosh, are we gonna finally move one day? Let's do it, dude. That'd be great. We gonna start moving up now? Is this the time? It might be. All right, let's see. Let's pull up the SPY. Camera, bro. My camera. Am I familiar with NinjaTrader 8? No, I haven't used NinjaTrader. Personally, I've never used NinjaTrader. Not yet. Not at this time. Not at this time. Trying to get my camera back up and running, but you know, it's very difficult to do so apparently. There we go. It's time. We're still flat on the trading session. I mean, this honestly kind of looks, you know, bearish as we're in this trend and we're kind of breaking down these lows. It doesn't look that great, to be honest. But market net flow is starting to pick up, getting a convergence, albeit that the red line is actually moving up and the green line's rather flat, which is also a little concerning there. And there's no real reaching here on 0 date as we're just floating around that main level, that 575, kind of pinned there. Flip a coin, dude. That's about as good as you can get right here. GME? What's going on with GME? Is GME moving? Doing anything? Nah. Nothing's really giving us any sort of trend or anything. I mean, yeah, I guess, you know, things are coiling up and tightening up. Okay, there's the pullback in Apple, but it also put in that lower low there. Nvidia. Honestly, I think that the move today was just not trading. If you were able to scalp some out and like do good for intraday trading, cool. But today has just been this all day. Haven't been able to execute on anything. Like literally nothing. Clean this up a little bit. I still think it's possible that we come up here. Like on this type of a chop day, I would not be shocked if we come right back up into these levels, 55.55, maybe even 5.56. Oh, 5.55 actually now would be the level I'd be eyeing on. That'd be the magnet with bullish convergence there. So that's the only trade that I see. It's the only trade that I really see. I can get into individual names, but they're just... I'm not going to go into these little small cap crazies. I prefer to see the higher market cap names, the tighter spreads and so forth. Disney's catching a little bit of a bid. Nvidia, no, sorry, Meta. I feel like putting on the rocket ship. Let's do it, dude. Should we just do it and jinx ourselves, or should we just go for it? I'm bored. I'm bored. That's what I'm doing right now. Let's turn up some music. Turn up some music, dude. Getting our rocket ship. Space music, here we go, baby. The signal. The signal. The signal. Take me to the moon, baby. All right. Still going nowhere for the trading session, but we're just trying to have fun as the market is up 2 basis points on the trading session. Here comes the breakdown. Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts. We're taking off. You know, like when you're in an airplane and you have to just sit in it for a long time, or like the air conditioner goes out and they're like, yeah, we got to like check something, and we're just kind of sitting there. That's what today is. That's what today feels like. We're just kind of sitting in an airplane, you know, just hanging out, trying to have fun, but bored and like kind of claustrophobic at the same time. That's what it feels like right now. Let's go. They're gonna be like, sorry, we're gonna delay your flight again. Move us flights. Yeah, SPY just, yeah, we're just down. We're literally, so 55.75. This right here is a pretty significant pin on the trading session. If you go to the gamma level, like gamma line, like so 55.75, nobody's reaching anywhere else right now on 0 date. It's literally dead. The only place where people are reaching for is lower. That's growing, 55.50. So it'll be down here. I mean, do something. Either take me from this level up, or break down and then bring me down to 55.50. How about that? Get me into a new airplane down here, or take this ship up. How about that? How about that? Savage Trading. I don't have any reference links on the prop firms. Referral links. As far as the prop firms go, I think, I mean, I've been on some and I've looked at some, and then I got denied one, and then I got decent on the other, which was TopStep. And that's kind of the one that I'm like, I feel a little bit safer, like, you know, repping. I'd say TopStep has been kind of on point. They're very, you're voting down. You might be right, Jason. You could definitely be right, dude. Yeah, so TopStep has been kind of the one that the CEO is active on Twitter. They're reachable. They seem like they're there for the trader for the most part, right? They're obviously making money on failing traders. That's why the team's growing so much. But the rules are somewhat fair. They're constructive for if you're trying to become a better trader. So I think that would be like probably pretty good. I heard good thing about like the 5%ers. I never used the 5%ers one, but I did work. I'm still on one with a side of somebody who's worked with the partner company, and I'll talk about that one later because it's not futures trading. But yeah, that'd be the one that I maybe say a little bit more legit. Me personally, dude, I'm just an equities trader through and through. I've just always been better at equities. Like I just swing trading equities. That's just my go-to. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still here waiting for takeoff or takedown, one of the two. Because I can always hop into a pineapple too. Do you want me to do that? See if we fall under 55.75. Okay, this is how it's going to go. Under 55.75, I'm going to be in a pineapple. But anything above 55.75, I'm going to remain in a rocket. I think that that's fair. Yeah. So what names are going to bring the S&P 500 to make it move? The larger market cap names. So Apple, it's flat to sideways and not doing much. Microsoft, it'd be very helpful if Microsoft actually started moving up. That would be nice. And then obviously NVIDIA is a big name. So NVIDIA is consolidating right here. So a breakdown probably wouldn't be the greatest sign for the S&P 500, but if we start breaking up through this high, well, that could be interesting. Google down on the day, but Google would also be nice. And Google's trying to catch a little bit of a bitty bid right there. Amazon is doing not much. And Meta has been flat as a pancake on the day, on its face, I should say, down on the day, but flat on its face in recent trade. And we're starting to kind of pick up here a little bit. Tesla is moving further down into deeper territory. It was down, it's down right now, 33 basis points. It was up pretty big on the day. Makes sense, especially after such a run that it's been having, to come off a little bit. Okay. And our 30-minute candle ends here in 3 minutes, a little bit less than that. And it looks good so far. It's like a little bit of a hammer candle. We're at the highs of it. I think we're trying to do this, people. I think we're trying to take off. Let's do it. We do have a bullish divergence, bullish convergence. Not the greatest divergence at all, but we're in the green here, people. We're in the green. We're in the green, people. Let's go to 555. Take me to 555. How about that? I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll leave this up on the screen. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let my camera cool off too in the meantime. Here we go. I'll be right back. Here we go, here we go, here we go. All right, how we all doing, people? Are we in the rocket ship still? It's all about timing, people. It's all about timing. Here we go. Should we play my AI song? To the moon?
I'm watching charts glow green, trading in my dreams. Wall Street's my scene.
Here we go.
Flipping stocks like bees. I hold when I believe, so when I deceive, so when I deceive. Profits in my sleeve, gains I will retrieve. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon. Take it higher, sweet fortune soon. To the moon, to the moon. Profits soaring to the stars like a balloon. Tickets on my mind, all the signs I find. Bullish all the time, candles in a line. Margin calls no more. Ooh. Bears I must ignore, bears I must ignore. Lambo at my door. Ooh. Stocks forever soar. To the moon, to the moon, to the moon. Take it higher, sweet fortune soon. To the moon, to the moon. Profits soaring to the stars like balloons. To the moon, to the moon. Take it higher, sweet fortune soon. To the moon, to the moon. Profits soaring to the stars like balloons.
Break it down. Break it down now. All right.
To the moon, to the moon.
All right. Back to serious time.
Higher, sweet
Hey, we're up 7 basis points on the trading session, people, and we're playing the moon song. It's sad, but fun at the same time.
soaring to the stars like balloons. To the moon, to the moon. Take it higher, sweet fortune soon. To the moon, to the moon.
All right. I accidentally closed out of it. All right. Let's take a quick look here at the markets as we move into the moon. I guess it was good timing. Right? If it was under 55.75, I would have pineappled it, but we kept on moving up. Nice little pop there in the markets. That's how we do it, baby. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. It's pretty much the only trade that I saw as viable today. There's opportunities everywhere, but there's, that seemed like the only one that made sense. Made sense. And we stuck down there for an hour and a half, maybe even longer, technically, because we saw a little pop from 55.75, that 30-minute candle. Then this 30-minute candle came a little bit lower. But during that entire time, what was market net flow telling us? Market net flow was telling us nothing. Just no convergence. Price came down, doodled around, and then we started getting bullish convergence. And that was in an area of gamma, right? That was a 0-day level. So Another thing that kind of showed us that was there was some interest at 556 at the time. Now it looks like 554, which could act as somewhat of a floor. So if price pulls back in, you don't want to get below 554, which we're at 555 now, which was the original 555 target, to 556, which is up here still, which is below the daily VWAP, but below the weekly VWAP. I'm gonna remove that one right there. So yeah, seeing a nice little pop, but I think you still need to kind of manage the risk, right? Manage as you see fit. Manage as you see fit. You know. Scooby dooby doo, booby doo bop bop. Scooby dooby doo bop 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 bop. Booby doo bop bop. Scooby boo doo bop 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 bop. FT. That's funny. It was saying, it's so funny. I have all these AI songs from that I made. It's hilarious. It's just about the stock market. We're coming up to that daily VWAP. That's what's up, people. We still in the rocket ship, just cruising and grooving. Grooving and grooving, cruising and grooving. That's how we do it. So what did NVIDIA end up? So we're coming up, by the way, we're coming up to that daily volume weighted average price, the VWAP on ES. What did NVIDIA end up doing? NVIDIA broke out of that little consolidation. Now it's getting a little tighter right here too. Let's go. Take me. Can you take me higher to a place where I man see? Too good. Too good. All right, that was a good trade. If you managed to take it, make sure you're updating risk. Don't let winners turn into losers. Update stops, partial profits, whatever the case is. Still, 5,600 would be the stronger level, the target, but the traders aren't really reaching there. So getting there today would be kind of crazy. Yeah, it'd be pretty crazy in my opinion. Coming up into that week to date anchored VWAP right now. Let's get past it. Let's make it through. Let's go. I feel like it'd probably back off a little bit, but we'll see. Scooby-Dooby-Doo bop bop. Boop boop bop bop. Scooby-Dooby-Doo bop 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 bop. Bop 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 bop. There we go. ES is tagging it right now. I'm glad we got some action today, right? Glad we got some action today. Hopefully, you know, if you were shorting, which still wasn't a bad setup, bad trade, hopefully you managed the risk. You can always, you know, do so. We're right there at the, we're approaching, we're at the week to day anchored VWAP, the daily volume weighted average price. This is where a move like this can consolidate and kind of move around. So I'll hop out of the rocket ship now. Just go to tiny cam, but it doesn't mean that we can't keep on moving because we do have market net flow. We have convergence that's still been picking up, still got a bullish divergence, but there's nobody really reaching out further on gamma on the 0 date level. Okay, so we're up 12 basis points on the trading session. We're basically flat, right? And traders earlier in the session were reaching to 556, okay? So if we're gonna keep holding up, I think that it's possible that we come retest these little levels over here. If they start reaching for that again, which they're kind of reaching for that level, but under 554, I'd be a little bit more careful, which we're a $1.30 away from. So this was a nice move. You don't want to get completely faded and come back right down here, right? For an intraday trader, right? If you're a longer term trader or you're swing trading, I mean, this looked like it was just a consolidation, and then you're breaking out, like, you know, to maybe go higher. So it just depends on your style or whatever. Okay. Let's go, people. Go be bad, be bad. Dun 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 dun. All right. All right, what else we got going on today? Chat's quiet. I don't know about Twitter. There's people over there on Twitter that don't talk because I don't think the chat's set up all that nicely, but we can pull up some individual names, see what else is popping off here. We're getting stuck up at that daily volume weighted average price. No surprise right there, to be quite honest. Okay, so we'll see if we can break through that. Any other levels of interest? The main level of interest was down here at 5585. That had 400 contracts. So the upside, nothing really to the upside. Just still a chop day, people. It was a chop day. Where would I cover a short? I mean, it depends on where it was traded. Like if I'm just entering in a short right now, probably above the daily volume weighted average price. Just like slightly above this little peak high, if that was the case. Like if I start breaking through this, I'll probably be out, or up here, around there. But I'm just not really. I mean, it's too hard to short and go along this market because we're so flat on the. We're talking intraday trade, so that's why I was like interested down here. As we're filling the gap, as we're down at a key level, 55.75. So if you think it's going to come back into 55.75, I mean that's. Dude, way more than possible. It is very possible for that to happen because no traders are really reaching further out here. So if we lose this bullish convergence, we can have exactly what happened over here, do the same exact thing, right? But as it stands right now, if you be fighting dealers going short, okay? So if you are going short fighting dealers, you have to be pretty tactical around, a key level, and that key level could probably be the daily volume weighted average price. Because I think, okay, if you caught that move up to the upside, where would people potentially take some profits from if they're trading intraday? Probably there. That was just the thought process, okay? So, and what are we doing? Well, we're coming down a little bit, right? We're coming in a little bit. Not a lot, we're just coming in a little bit right now. After a nice little pop. Hey, thanks, options. What's up with PANW? Yeah, what is going on with PANW? Let's take a look here. Nothing. It's just consolidating. I mean, it got really tight, and then we saw a little bit of expansion volatility to the downside. Nothing crazy. And it's holding up rather well. So if you're long it, I mean, you're above a rising 20, 50, 200 day, and there's a gap built above us. So, I mean, this thing looks like it can still eventually move. We're seeing that weakness today, but we're seeing a little bit of strength here in recent trade. You take a look over here, and you're like, I'm not even going to draw there. I'll draw from kind of right here. No, you're kind of coming into this area right now. Intraday, which is kind of an interesting level. It's acted as resistance here and then here, and now we're coming into it. So PNW might be trying to, recoup some of this here if the markets are catching a little bit of a bid. ES is just floating around that daily volume weighted average price. So we'll see. It's kind of this zone right up to 336. 330, yeah, about 336, but low, higher low, a higher low. Price got tight into this pivot area. That's on the shorter time frame, right? And then the daily time frame, it's literally just consolidating sideways. So the mags, where they pull back out on an intraday, I feel like they've already kind of done their pullback for the day. This is the thing. So you look at the large market cap names and where we are as far as gamma goes in the S&P 500. We're in a place where dealers look to buy the dip, sell the rip. So we got dip buyers, right? Dip buyers that stepped in. Microsoft, dip buyers, right? It's kind of flat to unchanged. Nvidia, right? Dip buyers, dip buyers. Google, dip buyers. We'll see how it resolves itself because they're still pretty much unchanged, but on a daily basis, if you look at the daily timeframes, I mean, this isn't bearish. This is just an inside trading day. It's consolidating, like Google, right? Coming back up to the daily VWAP right here, week to date anchored VWAP on SPY. You're welcome, Espinoza. Do. Market breadth may have peaked. Market watch calling for a 20% drawdown. So bear market. When? Like on the S&P 500 or something, Jason? Oh, you meant MAG's ticker. My bad, MM. On like the daily time frame? Or like intraday? Are you looking at MAG's intraday? Because right now it's just kind of going sideways. I don't really like trading stuff like this intraday because it's like kind of illiquid. But if you look at the daily time frame, I mean, it probably just needs to consolidate a bit. I don't even know what the pullback would look like, but like I wouldn't be trying to initiate a new position here. I would definitely be waiting for the flag or, you know, a flag with these averages to catch up a little bit. My attention's going on things that haven't moved yet because the mags they've played out great. Like a lot of these names played out great. Yeah, the daily. It's a very strong chart. Strong stocks typically get stronger, as we usually say. But yeah, pullback, maybe look for a reconnect at the 20-day. Even potentially a reconnect to the 50, but as long as we stay up in these areas, it's going to start catching up. And tech is the place to be right now. Tech is the strong. That's where strength is at. Strength eventually cools off, resets back up, and goes again. So it's one of those things like, okay, what hasn't made a move yet? Right? That could potentially make a move. And my thought is like, okay, if the Mag 7 wants to consolidate, pull up, consolidate, move sideways, do something, digest its recent moves, maybe something like, you know, utilities might come into play, which is a lower beta name. It's more of a risk off type of move. But this could be one to watch. It's tightening up here the last 3 trading sessions in this little wedge formation. Saw a lot of strength, and now it's pulling back to that 50%, 1.8% golden level for the fib, which doesn't mean anything. So if it breaks down, I'd say watch out. You know, probably head lower there into more into this zone. But it is tightening up here. So this could be some names to watch. And then there's other tech names that have been consolidating too. There's so many different names right now. If you're in the Discord, the tight list shows a lot of different names. So you can actually go into like the PDF or whatever, and you can see like the various sectors, and you could like look for the tech ones. We're still holding up at this what is this called? The week to date anchored volume weighted average price. So the person that was asking about short, if they shorted here, I don't know when their short was, but that little level would have technically held in still. So now I'd be looking to like, you know, update this stop to the low, like over here, right? Or keep it, but it's a good catch there to the downside so far, right? Not trading today either. Got the foggy brain. I feel you. It's a good thing to just not trade if you don't feel up for it. See, you could have been bullish for this trade. You can even be bearish right up in the air, and you'd be right both ways. Bulls and bears can win. It's crazy, huh? It's crazy how that works. Crazy. Who would have thunk? Who would have tunk? What else do we got going on here? I'm just hanging out today. Let's see whatever happened to SRPT. nothing. Okay, good. I was kind of interested in that one, but felt like I want it down a little bit further. And also BYON, I've been just eyeing for a bounce, but I feel like it's going to happen when I'm not ready. It's actually kind of happening. SPCE, I was looking for just a random bounce too. We're back to the 5-day, so this could be somewhere around this level, potentially finding a bounce. Just a horrible beat up name, some positive divergences that are building. Sometimes these names could be, you know, quick little, like little trades that can yield decent amounts. So, because they're high beta, so you don't need to put capital, like much capital at work. But if you like play extended moves and they bounce like, you know, 10% or 20% or whatever the case may be, you can take a little bit of capital and it ends up being a pretty good trade. You just got to go small in size, or because if you're wrong, you can be wrong big. These things move so much. It's not high on my list. Bros is baking out a little bit, so Bros is making a little bit of a move here. This little tight consolidation. This one's just been in a nice uptrend. So maybe up to 50 could be a level to eye in on. Thoughts on ENPH? Let me see. From a long trade, I mean, it's range bound. It's at the lower portion of this range, which I also think was the expected move for the earnings. I believe that's what that was. Or maybe not. I can't remember what this was, those lines, but it is range bound. And we've bounced from these levels before, seen some bounces. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're going long or whatever, and you're playing a bounce, your risk could be here and you could play it up to maybe to the middle of the range. I mean, if that was your trade setup, I'd be like, yeah, okay, cool. Like, right or wrong, you're setting up a low risk for a decent reward. And even if it go, like, if you're even playing it up higher, you're talking like, you know, 4-for-1 risk to reward. You know, it's a downtrend. You'd be fighting the trend, but I mean, I get the idea. I get the setup right here. Right, even the 5-day moving average, if it pulls in a little bit here, the price, 5 days is starting to flatten out to turn up here, so it could be setting up for a little bounce trade. It's not a bad setup. Foxa. Foxa's in a bullish trend and it's getting fairly tight right here at about 35. 21st Century Fox. Any good movies coming out that's gonna make 21st Century take off? It's getting tight here. Low, higher lows. And it's right there at the highs of the year too. 20 days up, 50 days up. We had a recent crossover. The 20-day, the 200-day might be turning up here soon. Couple weeks tight. Even go back further, it's kind of in this, you know, base of sorts. PANW did start running. Let's take a look. Yeah, that did look really good from the little daily intraday perspective. Nice little pop there. Yeah, nice little pop. Look for a back test, maybe. But yeah, nice little move from 335 to 336, about 50 cents per share right there. Yeah. Quick. I mean, that's a minute time frame, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can go to the larger time frames if you're trying to swing it, which would probably be smarter with a stock like that. Looking at the daily time frame at least. What am I doing? There it is. Scoop doop 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 doop. Shopify. So Shopify we identified down here at this lower trend. Now I'm just pulling it up again because it is getting tight, consolidating here. It's, you know, below the 200-day, but it is, you know, have an inside trading day, kind of flagged out here. You have the 20-day sloping up, the 50-day starting to, you know, trying to flatten out the longer we stay up here. So even a name like this could be something to watch. Reclaim that 200-day, maybe even come to fill a gap. Who knows? Got crushed on earnings. So a lot of people might look at this and be like, well, it's actually just flagging out. Yeah, maybe they're right. But you can watch it both ways. It's like Tesla. Tesla looked bullish a while ago, and then it also could have been seen as bearish, and it broke down. And then it looked bullish again, and then traded it. KMB. Very, very flat, but I will say that it is trying to break this little consolidation here. So another name that's, you know, not too far off from the highs of the year, higher highs, higher lows, consolidated into an uptrend. So yeah, like, are we going to break this 142? Probably. Test it again. That's a 2% move, and maybe even higher, right? Then Uber is another one I'm kind of interested in. Kind of looks like AMD in a way. AMD got this big hit to the downside, then it started consolidating sideways. Right? Is Uber setting up for a retest of the highs at some point here? You know, back up to 82. Well, I mean, we started breaking down and we started consolidating, right? And now we're consolidating it again. It's above the 20-day. The 50-day is starting to turn around. So if we are, I mean, it's coiling up to a point where it might look pretty good to traders, swing traders, momentum traders, so forth. As you can see, it's getting pretty tight here. So boom, maybe a pop up might lead to another rally. Have some resistance up here at about 74. Potential resistance. It's acting as supply. I'm dropping some good ones today. There's some really good names. Elf is another one that broke out of a large structure and then came back to try to retest these highs. Pretty much did. A little bit lower, but you can see it's kind of getting tight here. Seen some strength today into the 20-day. So see this move back up into 220. Also another idea, you know, but, you know, if it crosses down below it, you know, manage your risk. Boom. We've seen that, you know, right here. Little consolidations, and we have a little bit longer of a consolidation here. So be aware when earnings and that stuff takes place, because obviously that can throw wrenches in things, or it can really benefit you and help you out. Home Depot, a little interesting. So I was watching it back here on this very, very tight wedge over here, and it did break out and saw a little bit of nice price action. But now, if I look at it, it's kind of actually wedging out right here and kind of breaking out today. The 200-day is flat to inclining, the 50-day is flat, the 20-day is up. So this could be something to potentially watch too. Right, way down on the year, it's starting to, you know, get a little tighter. It did that here, it moved up. You've seen this low, this lower low. You have a positive divergence in the MACD while that's happening. So played a Home Depot, you know, up to here, maybe even higher. That's, you know, 6% right to there. But then you can stop out at this low or even this low. Another good trade idea. Well, just topping in terms of risk and reward. That's all we're trying to do here. Trying to find low risk, price actions consolidating, tightening up to potentially high rewards. What's SPY doing, by the way? What's anything happened to SPY? No, we're just doing exactly what we thought we were going to do, just doodling around the daily volume weighted average price, as you can see. Currently, is it more bull or bear? I mean, it's a battle between the two. I mean, we're up 6 basis points on the day. So if we're just looking at today, technically it's bullish because we're up 6 basis points, but it's rather flat. And if I look at market net flow, it is bullish. If I look at 0 date, ain't nobody reaching anywhere. So it's like a coin toss. This is a chop city. 55 coming right back into 55.75. I would not be shocked, but moving back up to something like, now look at 55.555 is now the level that can repel price. You'd want to get above 555, which we're about 5 cents from there. You know? Yeah. The move was more obvious into the daily volume weighted average price. Once we get up there, that's where it's like, eh. Any book that I recommend for to get better at position sizing? That's the thing about books and position sizing is it always comes down to the end user or like the person itself for position sizing, you know? I think that there's good books on psychology and trading. So like Trading in the Zone is a good book. You probably heard of that one. One Good Trade is another one by Mike Bellafiore, if I'm saying that right. So that'd be one maybe. And these they touch on risk. They touch on psychology. And I think that can help give you, you know, some thought process. But honestly, it comes down to just getting out of the mindset that you're going to hit home runs every single time and just get very comfortable taking losses, small losses. Celebrate it. And when trades go in your favor, like you can go through periods of time of not price action moving anywhere. Like my portfolio, I'm pretty much at all-time highs, but it's like hasn't really gone anywhere for like a month. Let me see here. I literally am probably, yeah, I haven't really gone anywhere in like a month. I haven't really been too aggressive or anything in one of my portfolios, right? One of my main accounts. Like I get some winners and then I have some losers and it's like, okay, price action ain't going anywhere. I'm getting, you know, I get one winner that's pretty decent and then all of a sudden I have like multiple that just go against me. So my price action's flat. And that's fine because if the market really does turn around hard and digest, I get ready. I look for opportunities for various dips and, you know, things like that. But I'm fine with that. I'm fine with price action going sideways for me. You know, I'd be more, you know, worried if it was going down while everything was going up. But I know that if I stick with the risk and managing risk and stuff like that, if the market turns around, which it'll eventually digest or go down or whatever, and my portfolio doesn't, that's where I get that upside capture or downside capture, I guess. If you're comparing yourself to the S&P 500, which I'm smoking this year. I'm up like 30 something plus % for the year. And now I'm just going flat for the last month. I'm okay with that. Ah, my camera again. Damn camera. Let me fix my camera. Oh yeah, let me fix my camera. Frozen again. Dude, this thing is just like giving me problems, dude. Why does it gotta give me problems, dude? See, now if you were short the S&P 500, which we talked about for the other trader, how we had the stop there, then it could be this stop. Now you can even move it down a little bit more or even, you know, depend on how you're trading it or taking profits or whatever the case is, but pretty nice. What the? Dude, what is going on with my camera, dude? Let me just pause it out for a second. I'm gonna reset this thing. Oh. Dun, 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 dun. I honestly don't know what's going on with this thing. It's giving me so much problems, dude. It's probably the capture card, to be honest. There we go. There we go, dude. That's good for 5 seconds. Thanks, FT. I appreciate that. So it's much better to watch this stream than some political BS on financial news channels. Speaking of that, somebody asked me a question about that. I don't. If when Biden steps down, will the market react, or is it priced in? The market usually pretty good at pricing in things. I don't really know. I don't feel like it's going to be that crazy of a reaction. The market's just been like so focused in on like. Honestly, it's just been respecting gamma levels, and you can literally watch gamma. Like, you don't even need to know what goes on. You don't even need to know the reports and what comes out on these macro data, because you can just see order flow, and order flow has been incredibly telling this entire time. I think it gives good narratives and it gives good, like, you know, thought process, but like even a good narrative like doesn't mean anything. It depends on order flow. That's why when, you know, people talk about like good news is bad news is good news is bad news is good news, and all this stuff, it's like, just what's order flow telling you? And who, like, hey, stop trying to make the comparison like, oh, that means if it's bad, it's going to be good. And if it doesn't matter. Like, what does order flow do? Is it good, order flow good, going good, or is it going bad? And then you make your decision, right? I did look at AMSC. This was a what's it called? So AMSC was in the trade idea tab for the Holy Grail setup. So this one was a perfect setup for the Holy Grail, which I talked about a little bit earlier on stream. The ensure was right here, and then the original price target was right here, and now price action is going slightly above that so far. So it's doing pretty good. So this is where you manage the trade. You either look to update your stop loss, if you or take profits, full profits, partial profits, depending on, you know, the style of trader that you are. So yeah, it's looking good. Good follow through. Oh, you took that trade? Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Yeah, this is a big one, man. This is a big one. That's like a 20% move. Let me be very clear. You don't want to be 20% in a trade and for that to go against you. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're in 20%, like, you better walk away a winner in this trade. You know? You have won. Yeah, there's been some really good trades in these trade ideas. Some that have been really working out well. You just got to manage it, see how it plays out. It's because the market's been in our favor. So we just got to be cautious. We got to be careful of that, because you got to understand, like, this is why I'm always afraid of like certain things. Like, I post, you know, all kinds of different ideas. I go over certain things. It's like, when the market turns, like, you got to understand, like, we're not going to have 100% hit rates, 90% hit rates, 80% hit rates. The market's in our favor right now. So a lot of these names, they can play in our favor, and we get very lucky in big moves. But you've got to respect the risk, because we're going to take cuts. We're going to take haircuts. It's going to take it. It's going to take it. And then you got to be prepared to be able to withstand those storms, because when the opportunity comes back around, it could be this. And all of a sudden you go hit after hit after hit after hit. And it's like, you make big moves fast. But if you're going too heavy on any one trade, it's not a consistent strategy. Eventually you'll get caught up. That's why I always tell people, like, I can be wrong I can be right 3 out of 10 times, and I can be flat to make money potentially, depending on like how lucky I am on those 3 trades, right? I can be right 9 out of 10 times and make money, and I can do really good. But the same thing goes if you're another trader and you see, oh man, this guy's 9 out of 10. I'm going to go all in on his next trade. And you can be literally broke going 1 for 10 because you can be one wrong trade, or you can be right. Like, dude, he got another 9 out of 10 trades right. I'm going to press my luck even more, in something. And then that one trade can wipe out all the 9 gains. So the reason why I'm saying this is because the most important aspect of trading is the consistency at which you trade. I think you need to be prepared to make larger trades, but you need to very, very well manage that risk when you see the opportunity. And if it goes against you, you better know when you're going to be wrong, because you don't want to take a big loss there. Whatever. Yeah, this AMSC is just cranking out right now. Look at this thing. Yeah, so there's gaps on the Tesla to the downside. What is my thoughts? I mean, I'm not really thinking too much of these gaps on these on the downside. Yeah, gaps, they can tend to get filled. We've seen that many times, that gaps can get filled. I'd be more interested in just waiting for the digestion. So if the digestion looks like this and flags out, I'd be interested to trade it to the upside. Even if those gaps didn't fill. Now, if it flags out like this, then it breaks down and fills a gap, I'd still be like, okay, now what's it going to do? Are we going to see strength and then break out, or is it going to break down lower and then consolidate and get tight again? Right? So I'm not going to be like, hey, I'm going to short here and play it into this gap or this gap. Like, I'm not going to make that assumption right yet because I haven't seen this move digest. And it's a very strong move, and I'd prefer not to use my capital to just go sideways. Maybe it can come straight down. But more likely, after a strong move, more traders are interested in going long, so it could digest, consolidate, and potentially even squeeze me further, right? Like if I was short or whatever. Trading the trend is always going to be significantly easier than going against it. So if you do go against it, position sizing is even more important, and timing and your style of getting in and getting out would be, 3 times as important. And because it's 3 times as important, I usually go 3 times the least size, like a smaller in my position sizing, because I don't want to have to worry so much. Yeah. So S&P 500 right now, we got hung up there at that anchored VWAP. Not surprised, and we're just consolidating here sideways. Market net flow is still bullish. This one picked up a little bit though, so we still have bullish convergence and literally no action on 0 dates. Okay. Chop day. Got one good trade to the upside there. You've only traded NVIDIA this year? Nice. For your only individual? That's cool. I traded like NVIDIA like a couple of times. I actually think that I've shorted tactically NVIDIA more times than I went long NVIDIA. So, and I'm positive on the year on my NVIDIA trade. So that means I've made more money shorting NVIDIA, which is crazy to think, than going long it. I think it's just because my eyes were on other things. Crazy to think, right? If I just tweeted, hey, I've been shorting NVIDIA all year, people would think that I am crazy. But what they don't know is that I'm actually up on the year, shorting NVIDIA. I did some longs, but I think just tactical shorts on a very short time frame. And I don't even know if it was NVIDIA. I think it was actually SOXS. I'd have to look. Yeah, I think it was SOXS. And then when I longed, I think I did NVIDIA, something like that. Can't remember. But I went long a lot of other stuff. Yep, trade market leaders. It's easier. Very, very, very true. I think I just focused on other semiconductors and stuff that didn't make the move yet, you know. Speaking of other semiconductors, what's SMCI up to? SMCI is making a pretty decent move today, 7.94%. So these guys are good, going good. AMD is making a move. Look at that, breaking out of that. So nice little move there in AMD. Isn't AMSC the one that we just pulled up? Wasn't that a semiconductor too? Intel moving, right? A lot of these little names are making runs here. What's Dell up to? Dell doesn't look horrible here. Nice consolidation breakout and moving higher on the day. I'm just interested in like Qualcomm making a little bit of a pop there. What's Pfizer been up to? Pfizer's getting pretty tight right here. Still in a downtrend, but it is getting pretty tight. Earnings around the corner. Morgan Stanley, Amgen. Disney's now flat on the trading session. And it has that positive divergence there in the RSI. Still below a declining 5-day moving average. Yeah, Nvidia's been making some big moves intraday, that's for sure. So if you like swing trading, day trading, yeah, Nvidia's been a great one to trade because it has pretty tight spreads too. This one's actually getting pretty tight right here. Nvidia might be prepping for a move. Let's go. You're getting very tight right here. Uh-oh. We're going to move in NVIDIA. Let's go. We'll see. Right now we have lower highs. Oops. A little lower highs. So, okay. Lower highs. But we have some higher lows forming. Very, fractal like type time frame, very small time frame. But, a break down under this level, maybe proceed with caution. But a break up, maybe of this level, looks pretty good. Let me take a look here. And it's up on the day. S&P 500 still below that. If that's the case, if NVIDIA is going to make a run right here with some of these other semiconductors, if NVIDIA is going to break out, this is going to be a big help to the S&P 500. Maybe getting above that, getting above the volume weighted average price. Let's see. Oh, brother, mother. Okay. I answered that question. My thoughts for you. As far as the stepping down, I don't really think that the markets are going to be too crazy if anything like that happens. I think that I feel like the markets are really good at pricing things in, but we'll see. I think there might be an initial reaction if something happens, but I'm more focused on like the gamma levels and stuff, and it's been pretty bullish so far. So, all right. So I'm looking for NVIDIA to potentially pop here, but I would say, yeah, if it breaks down through here, I'd be very kind of cautious there. Missed a phone call. Yeah, I didn't really say too much about it though. I just don't really have a really crazy thought. I think the markets are really good at pricing stuff in. I think the catalyst right now would be looking at some of this macro data coming up. Let me see here. We got the testimony, right, of Fed Chair Powell. We have Yellen sneaking herself in here too. Then we got inflation data. And on that, we got the PPI data too, Michigan consumer sentiment. This week is going to be, everywhere, right? It's going to be everywhere. And that doesn't mean bearish. It means that we could probably see some good volatility. And in my thought, if the market likes what it sees, I think we go to that 5,600. I think that's the target. Above it, around it, give it some degrees of freedom. But I think that would be the target there if the market likes what it sees and hears. And right now, it's bullish trend, positive gamma. Dealers look to buy the dip, sell the rip. Above a rising 5-day moving average, right? I believe still. Yeah. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, well above it. Okay. Catching the top has been a very difficult and underwhelming activity to be doing. Right now, it's just been kind of trend up sort of thing. All right. So I'm kind of eyeing in here on NVIDIA. It's getting pretty tight here. So if it's getting like very tight. So yeah, it's getting very tight at like a place where I've traded a lot of volume. So it's really sideways. So I prefer to see it break before anything, break to the upside if I'm going to trade it long. Because right now, a pull back down, I mean, might make sense. It's kind of what it's been doing. It kind of comes up a little bit and then shoots down, comes up a little bit, shoots down, a little bit, shoots down, comes up a little bit, it's going to shoot down. All right, what else do we got going on deck? I think this is one that I like. Catching toss is a loser's game. I'm a loser. Jeez. Hey, but when you're right, you can be right big. Unless if you catch a top and then you're out like in the next day and you don't hold it long enough and you're like, no. That would suck. That would suck, but still got a bullish convergence here. Bullish convergence and bullish divergence. Still think it's possible. I still think it's that the original target is still possible. Just nobody's reaching, man. Nobody's reaching anywhere. We're just literally sitting in chop all day. Kind of a little bit of a lower high right here if you're looking very small time frames. Higher low, sorry. I don't know what I just said. Story of like always sell too early. Trade futures. I do trade futures on occasion. I'm a little bit more kind of focusing on equity trading. If I look at this is SPX 500, but I usually pull up the NQ. And NQ right now is just right out of the 30-second range. And to be honest, if you're trading futures right now, it got pretty tight here on a very small time frame after this little move from the upper level. So it looks like it can potentially pop back up here. I'm looking very small time frame here, just to give an idea of like the kind of the nature of the market beast, you know, today. But we're really just, you can see it's just sideways overall. But if I really zoom in on that tiny structure, you know, the little structure, if you're just trying to scalp points, I think that when you're above the 30-second opening range, you look for a bullish move. And I mean, we consolidated here. So, you know, I mean, that you would have caught, you know, from points from 260, you know, that's a 5-10 points or something like that, close to it. And it might go more, you never know. But yeah, that's what I look at there when I do that. Shoot, Mike. What's NVIDIA doing? Is NVIDIA popping off? It's gonna move the market if NVIDIA takes off. Gear up. Get in the rocket ship, but turn it upside down. Sheesh. I mean, it's literally, it's anybody's bet right now still. I mean, we saw a nice little pop there on good volume, so you would think that we can get some follow through, but we saw the pop on volume like up in these ranges too, pop in volume this way, and they got faded. So are we gonna get another fade here? I don't know. My thought would be that we can break out higher, but like if it breaks down, like yeah, I'd respect that from if you're long. Just respect the downside break. So we did break this high over here. I'm kind of a little bit more like interested up in these highs, but we're just not there yet. And we're talking little small like minute candles here, so don't read too much into it. You know, do what you feel more comfortable with. And we're right back at the daily volume weighted average price for ES, the SPOOs. Okay. So if we get that NVIDIA breakout, that can really, really help us move forward here in price action today. Like I said, our market net flow is still bullish. We're starting to get, interestingly enough, we have a big green bar here in level 555 on SPY, and we're currently above that level, 555. So that's good sign because that means price can repel from it. So if price comes into 555, it can push it and repel it forward. So you want SPY to hold 555. Okay? You want it to hold if you're bullish. Microsoft's on a little mini rip. That's good too. Microsoft on a mini rip would be great. Those are all things that help with the move. You know, yeah, definitely a little mini rip right there. That's for sure. Nice little bid there. Overall though, I mean, just keep an eye on the structure. So if you're trading intraday, everything's pretty much flat and we're seeing pops and drops, right? Pops and drops. So if we're going to get like an extensive rally, it could be an early stage of that. But don't be shocked if we're going to get a little pop and drop. So this goes back to just managing risk. Like, so right here, we're getting a nice little pop. Okay, nice little pop on NVIDIA. Is it going to come back in? Would you be shocked if it did? You shouldn't be. Especially if you're trading such a small time frame. We're just trying to like really find these structures and look for a move that might be brewing, right? Look for a move that might be brewing. I think we really need to get above this daily volume weighted average price for the ES. I think that's the big overhang right now. You can see we're getting tied up and we need to hold this convergence, which is kind of waning right now. Okay. Let's get a move. Let's pop up to 556. Let's make a nice run. If you're bull, if you're bear, then, you know, hopefully it breaks down. But I'd say that would be the target. If it goes to 556, I'm just going to call it quits for the day. We'll go from there. I got to kind of call it quits anyway. It's already 11:30. Oh, shamanamanamanamahinahi. Where were we? Right about here. Draw this line out. Volume's moving into USO. Let's take a look at USO. Yeah, you're seeing quite a little bit of a volume spike there. Price action is getting pretty tight here in USO as well. A little careful. Oh my goodness. Give me a second here. Yeah, so we're still getting hung up here. I gotta go deal with this really quick. I'll pull up the NVIDIA chart because I was kind of interested in that one. See if we get any substantial sort of break here. I'll be right back. Un momento. Okay, dokie, artichokes. Anything happened while I was gone? Doesn't look like it. Well, it's been fun hanging out all day. I'm kind of getting tired, to be honest. I need to go get some air, some fresh air. I think we're going to get some nice moves in the near future. With the Powell and Yellen and all these data coming out. I'll do a recap tonight. S&P 500 ES is still getting hung up at that anchored volume weighted average price right here. So it ain't getting above it as of right now. Let's take a look at we're starting to lose convergence here too, which is not the greatest sign either. Okay, so 555. Let's see if we can stay above. No, we broke below 555. So this is where you want to reclaim 555 quickly, if anything. But we're breaking below that, which means price can repel from that level. So be careful here. Overall, just some sideways price action. Nvidia try to go for that breakout. It's going sideways still. Going sideways. AMD is doing pretty nice today. AMD is holding up well. Nvidia is careful here. Yeah, you want this to be reclaimed quick because now it's getting really tight here. But it's also like kind of edging to trying to break, come down lower. So. Yabba dabba doo. Yabba dabba doo. Just give me one good trade setup. What does energy look like right now? Energy sitting at about the lows of the trading session. Ten-year yield came off, so that makes kind of some sense right there because there's a pretty tight correlation there. Huh. Not my favorite looking chart. Nvidia once again is getting very, very tight here. This is happening while the S&P 500 started to lose its convergence. And we're below 555. Got to get above that. Right here. At least for right now, that's an important level. Right there. For bulls. You'd want that reclaimed. Been a rough 1.5 years to have bearish sentiment. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's been basically a one-way ticket. I mean, it'll come. That's the thing about being bearish is like you got to pretty much time it pretty good because it's going to go against you for a while if you don't. And then, when it happens, it's pretty aggressive and fast. So it's like if you miss it, you miss it. And if you go in too late, you can get your face ripped off and it could still head lower. It's like a death by 1,000 cuts sort of ordeal when you deal with that kind of stuff, That's why it's hard to short. That's why the only way that I approach it now, if I short, it's like smaller positions. It's pretty much very aggressive. I like to fade like very, very strong moves or like way outside of weekly expected moves, monthly expected moves sort of things. And I'll put it on knowing that price is going to digest and pull in. Or at least there's a higher probability, right? I don't know for sure, but the probability would be in my favor based off of, you know, expected moves and so forth. Or even gamma. So here you go. NQ literally is back inside its first 30-second opening range today. We saw a nice little break of this little flag. Boom, came right back in. Fun day, dude. Fun day indeed. This day is amazing, people. Oh my gosh. I was getting ready to shoot for this one too. It might still, you never know. Right now it looks like it's going to try to break down, but you know, if it comes back up and starts doodling around a little bit, maybe it might be something I'd be interested in. Right now, I'm not interested in it. That's NVIDIA, by the way, on a very small time frame. Give me her. Sorry, I'm text messaging. Text messaging. Text messaging. Yeah, there's the NQ, kind of that break, or not NQ, the NVIDIA breakdown, how it got really tight here, you know, it's kind of pulling in a little bit. Wouldn't read, like I said, do I read too much into this stuff? No, it's really going sideways, but we saw a nice little pop, tight again, comes right down and fades. It expands to the downside. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. It could literally snap right back up in our faces. That's just the market that we're in right now. Although it'd be better if the S&P 500 was above the daily volume weighted average price. That'd be the downside part of this whole kind of stitch. There, it's the break. This is why you got to respect the breakdowns. Respect the breakdowns. All right, so let's take a look here. Now we're below the opening range and we're back below 55.75. Let's see here. Anything substantial is changing. Below 55.75 is a level of caution. I definitely, yeah, nothing changed there. And what gave us insight to a potential drop? Market net flow changed. We lost convergence. So we're just kind of in this area, 55.75, more chop, and we're flat on the trading session for S&P 500 as it stands right now. If we continue to break down further, right, there's still a lot of people who are reaching for 55.50, but it's like already almost coming into the power hour. I don't know if it's going to really get there. Oh, did my camera go up again? Oh, my goodness, my camera. No, I'm not hedged. I don't really have much, though, exposure to the market. So technically, I'm just more cash hedged than anything. You know? See that? I'm going to see here. Yeah, everything's kind of coming off right now. So utilities is coming off. Let's take a look at consumer staples. They're actually holding up fine. XLE, is that breaking down? I mean, it's been breaking down. What is going on with my camera? My camera. There we go. So the see that 555 level, and okay, so this is a good lesson. So why did we say that, hey, be careful, like it'd be good for the bears, but you'd want to recover that fast? Is because that right there was a very important gamma exposure level at the time, right? 554, right? It was a big green bar and it could repel price. So if the bull is going to hold it, you get price to repel forward. But below that level, you can repel obviously to the downside. So when the convergence came, when we got below 554, what happened? Well, we had a pretty aggressive, move to the downside there. Now, if I look and I update it, well, 553 is one of those repelling kind of bars. Okay, so 553 is obviously a lot lower. It's down here. But if I look now and I look at this, now it's a red bar. This can act like a magnet. So coming back to 554, as the magnet was right here, which price was getting close to there, but it didn't quite reach it. So it's literally just chop, man. Just chop. I wouldn't be shocked to see this thing come right back up to 555. A 1% sell-off from this point? Man, that would be pretty wild. Yeah, that'd be pretty wild. I mean, the daily expected move is down here. So, I mean, what is that kind of move? No, dude, a 1% move would be crazy. That would be wild. Never say never, but the market, like internals, aren't really suggesting that. Just not really suggesting that. NVIDIA is playing a big role in all of this. Nice thing. Apple actually came to that little target, but it took a long time to get there. Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google. Google doesn't look all too bad. Just we're in the final hour, so. Walmart, Visa. Oh, Visa. Visa be getting kind of crushed here too. Actually, Visa has a little bit of a positive divergence coming into the flattening 5-day moving average. So if we start seeing strength from this, maybe Visa actually could be a play. Let me look at the daily time frame. It's holding the inclining 200 day. Coming into earnings though. Give me 1 second. Little baby came to visit. No. All right. Yeah, just not the greatest little environment for executing into. The little SPY trade earlier, S&P 500 trade was pretty decent, but yeah, most of this stuff is just not the greatest setups yet. right. If we're going to come back up to that daily VWAP, NVIDIA can make its little run back, but it just doesn't seem like there's enough buyers stepping in right now. And could be because we have all that data to come out tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. So people are, why could be one. Let me pull up MDY on the daily time frame. I know we've been talking about like IWM and stuff, but the reason why I'm saying mid cap is because look at how tight this is. Like if we're going to start to see like some of these other like performers perform and start to get breath, I feel like mid cap could be a really good opportunity. I think small caps are like, so I'll just go to IWM for small caps. Like I think there's opportunity there, but it's also a little bit crazier, like a little bit choppier, a little wilder, where the mid caps look a little bit more together. I like the setup in the mid caps. Even like if you pull up like a mid cap growth ETF, because growth names have been doing good. Let me see if I can find one. Mid cap growth. Let me do some research here. I bet these names have been doing hella good. Hella good, man. MDY might be considered a mid-cap growth. Maybe not. I don't know. Here's one, VOT. So this is Vanguard. Yeah, like, okay, so check this out. Here's mid-cap growth by Vanguard, VOT. But take a look, it's getting really tight here. So are we like consolidating to potentially make a run back to these highs? Or are we gonna just break down? But I like the daily time frame, how it's getting pretty tight here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, like mid-cap growth ETF, VOT. I wonder if people are even looking at this kind of stuff right now. Let me see if there's like a crazy, like, 3X fund or something like that on mid caps. My do. What's this look like? Oh my gosh, I already had this up. Here's a 3X one. If you're crazy, you just got to know how to trade these things. You know, understand what you're actually buying. You don't want to really hold these for long periods of time. But yeah, this one's just kind of just consolidating here sideways too. It looks exactly like MDY. So if we just go to the swing highs over here, I mean, we're talking a 20% move, but then you can have a stop like pretty close. If it breaks down, you just look to re-enter if it goes against you. But VOT seems pretty decent. I don't know. MDY looks like it's rolling over. It might be, but it could be just consolidating. I mean, when you really think about it, like take a look. Like it's just really honestly sideways, going sideways. So yeah, like if it breaks down from here, then yeah, I'd say give it more space. But it's also like there's a rising 200 day. The 50 days flat, it's declining there, but you can wake up one day and it could be just like gap up and like be like this, and then all of a sudden it will look completely different, right? We're one bullish day separated from being to these highs for the year. Maybe not one day, but you see what I'm saying? Like one big bullish day, like a big candle like that, it'd be like it don't look bearish anymore. But yeah, that's why you wait, because it could break down, right? It could break down, come to retest these lows. That could be, if people, oh, it's a double top. See, it's a double top. It broke this, and then it could come down to, this level, and then they might be right. Right? So yeah, it's all about timing and just watching that and how it sets up. But I get what you're saying. You're getting lower lows, lower highs into matching lows. So it's kind of like it's walking a plank, like the bears are making progress, pushing price down. And yeah, you'd be absolutely right to think that. That's why I'd say, yeah, wait to see if price action actually does start to see strength, right? And if it does, hey, might be pretty good here. So the S&P 500 saw that quick weakness shot. Are we shocked that it's coming right back up to the 555? Once again, no. It's just, like I said, it's chop. MDY SPX ratio is below that 2008 level. Maybe not, right? Like like I said, price action is going to be what pays. So if we do see a breakout, right, and we see a trend start moving up, it can make for a very good trade. If it breaks down, you don't enter it. Like that's the thing. Like you could try to forecast it. Like I know it's going to break down. Everything's showing that it's going to be bearish. Okay, what if it breaks up to the upside? What if it starts moving up? Let it go. Okay, let it go. Go to another trade. Go to another stock. You know, simple as that. This is an ETF, right? That means if you're bearish mid caps, like I said, you can look at mid cap growth stock. I mean, look at the weekly time frame. I mean, it doesn't look crazy. It looks like it's just consolidating here. Even if it moves lower, it still wouldn't be crazy. A break back up 533. Yeah. I mean, the same thing would be said with IWM, right? All these names have been getting beaten down. IWM. You know, doesn't look great, but you're starting to see a rising 40-day, rising 30-week, and everything could change. Like the moment the Fed says something bad, boom, get crushed. I think there's a lot more profitable mid-cap stocks than there is, you know, small caps. So what you can even do, just understanding this, mid-cap, MDY, you can go into the holdings, analyze it, right? Go into the holdings or just Google it and see what names are in there. And you could look at fundamental stuff. You can look at technical stuff. And you could find opportunities within those. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Jason, thanks for tuning in, man. Thanks for being here. Have a good day. Oh, we're looking at different time frames? Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you're looking at short-term, long-term, whatever the case is, but we're probably looking at very similar levels. Like, everything you're saying is accurate. Like, it does look like the bears are making progress to the downside. You're not wrong there, right? Bearish, bullish. Like, I'm not going to say, but I'm not like trying to put a bearish trade on right now. You know, I wouldn't even really put on a bearish trade if it breaks down. I'm just not really interested in bearish setups at the current moment. But if it broke down, I'd be out. I'd just be out. I just wouldn't trade it. Or I'd look for it to reset up or whatever. Wait, is there no audio right now? Are people messing with me right now? Moonraker, is there audio or no? That's a bad guy to ask. He's just gonna lie to me. I'm on both Twitter and Twitch with audio and chat. Is anybody out there on Twitch not hear me or YouTube not hear me? I mean, people are responding to me on the comments on YouTube, so I imagine it's there. Audio is good on YouTube. Okay, you can hear me. All right, so Twitch should hear me. You should hear me. No, I'm reading Twitch chat right now, 69 Conquer. Can you hear me? No audio on Twitch. I don't get it. What is going on with Twitch? I'm not too sure about what's going on there. I'm gonna just send my link out because it seems like audio is fine on YouTube. So on Twitch, I'll just send over my link to the YouTube. Honestly, I have no idea. Coco said audio is good here too. Okay. Yeah, today is a nothing burger, so I'm not too sure why, but yeah, my Twitch, Twitch is down, and now my camera's down. Freaking stream, man. Stream probs all day. All day, every day. It does say it's unstable right now, but whatever. It is what it is. Unfortunately, that sucks. Maybe it'll come back later. Okay. So yeah, what's going on here? What are we doing here? Take a look at NVIDIA. Is NVIDIA making its little move or anything? No, it's not doing anything. It's just being a little punk. Being a little punk. S&P 500, doing absolutely nothing. We came back into that 555 level. It basically got hung up right there. Let's see if anything says, if we get, yeah, so that is a big green bar. So you want price to be above it. Obviously, if you're bullish. If you're bearish, you want to stay below 555 on S&P 500. We have no convergence, so that means we can have counter trend moves. That's what causes flush here, and we're starting to see it move back up where convergence is starting to potentially turn back to green here in the near future, but it's not there yet. All right. They call this Chop City, yo. Yeah, Twitch says no audio. Weird, man. I wonder if I can like cut my stream on Twitch. Yeah, Twitch. Twitch is a little bit faster of a stream. Figuring out NVIDIA, seriously. Let's see. Yeah, NVIDIA's just sideways. Would love to trade NVIDIA to the upside, but this thing is just breaking down, breaking up, breaking down, breaking up, breaking down, going nowhere. Oh yeah, my audio went out. It's got unstable pretty quickly. I don't know what any of this data means on my stream. All right, well, there's only a few video viewers on Twitch, and I don't know what's going on with the audio, so I'm just gonna kind of ignore it. I gotta close out Twitch. So if you want me to see your chat, I'm not gonna be on Twitch. I gotta close it down. So be on YouTube that I'll see it. Yeah, I see when I have the spikes and problems in the frame rate, but I think it's still good here on everything else. So. Cool. Oh, that's what's up, dude. Sanglucci followed me. I love Sanglucci. What's up, Sanglucci? He's a big time trader, man. He trades the big bucks. He trades the big bucks, man. I don't know if he's watching the stream right now, but I just saw that come in, so maybe. That'd be cool to actually bring him on the channel and talk to us about some stuff. Dude, I don't even know why I'm still streaming right now. I've been here all day just hanging out, so thanks everybody for tuning in and just being here and just chilling with me. Is there any other charts that you guys want to go over? Like, there just hasn't been any trade opportunities. I'm sorry, there's not much going on today. I think you all realize that in the price action. We're not going anywhere. I think we played one time the move up to the weekly anchored VWAP, and that was fun. But like, I'm waiting. You know, yeah, he lives in Puerto Rico. Yeah, I'm familiar. I remember hearing about that. You know. Yeah, so Ken, yeah, man, you got to ignore those. I get a lot of spam accounts in the Discord that try to like reach out to people. It's never going to be me. I never reach out via private message in Discord. The only way to actually reach me specifically, if you're in the Discord, is you can tag me specifically in one of the community chats, and I typically will get to them or see them. Sometimes I overlook, but emailing or DMing me from Patreon, right? On the Patreon platform, you can send me a private message directly. But most of the time, I'm just in the Discord. But you'll never see those spammers spam inside my Discord. It's always they private message you. That's how you know it's a fake. And then you can look at their profile, and it's always like, it looks like figuring out money, but they like change the letter. And they always like, they try to make it seem like they're not selling something, but then they try to like get you to sign up for some affiliate link for Webull or, you know, something, dude. Whatever they can do to try to scam people out some, or make some money for themselves. They just, like, dude, just, they spent that much time doing something legit, they can probably be very successful. Crazy. Does Tesla still have gas in the tank? Still's got a little electric charge. Speaking about Tesla, we gotta hop in the car, dude. We gotta hop in the Tesla car. Tesla took off, man. Drove that Cybertruck to the galaxy. We drove our Cybertruck to Mars. Zoom, zoom. Hey, check this out, dude. I can turn my lights on and off. I always find this to be cool. Ready? Off, on, off, on, off, off, on. Yeah, so there's probably more room in the gas for Tesla, but I mean, just be careful. Like if you're initiating new positions, it'd probably be a little bit more tactical, faster trades. And you just want to wait for consolidations. The big consolidation was right over here and right over here and made its move. It made a big old grande move. Okay. Still nothing happening there. We're back above that 55.75, which we've just been pinned around. Man. Yeah, and just the daily volume weighted average price for ES, and we've been just like rejected. Tries to go for it, rejects is rejected. And still watching for Nvidia to make a move. It doesn't look great, to be quite honest. It looks like crap again. Constant crap over here for intraday. Dum. Okay. We'll look at a few more things because I think the day, as far as like day trading, I'm at pointless. There might be an end of day move, but I like couldn't care less. at this point. It's taken up our entire day, which is fine. It's been fun hanging out. All right, so here's some of the names that, I mean, look decent right now. I'm going to go through the list pretty quickly, and then we're going to call it for the day. FDX, so FedEx, after a big earnings move, consolidating. It looks like it can get through that 300. Strong stocks typically get stronger. Ollie is doing a very tight consolidation in and around the 100, so breaking above 100 may be decent. We have CORZ, which is a much higher beta name, also consolidating right around $10. Bros, the coffee shop, that's been holding up rather well. If I go to the daily time frame for Bros, you can see here, it's kind of getting a little frothy, but it's a nice consolidation breaking out of this, so that's decent. We talked about Home Depot a little bit earlier, and Home Depot is kind of wedging here, getting a little tight, so maybe perhaps we might see this pop back up, and even if we don't, right, it's a small risk for a potential decent size reward back up to these highs or maybe even higher there. So those are some of the names. AGYS we showed earlier. It's pulling this little tiny cup with handle sort of pattern here on the daily time frame. And VRTX was a very clean looking chart, and it's been breaking out today, kind of that tight consolidation. So is this actually going to go on for a little bit of a move, maybe to 500? I think that's a possibility. We do have earnings around the corner there, but I'm showing some strength in VRTX, which is, pretty decent. And then, if you're interested in stuff like Netflix has also been consolidating here at some highs. And, we're 1 day separated from its recent high, all-time high maybe. But yeah, nice consolidation here. Eventually, originally it was a nice breakout here. Now we're consolidating. So, a breakout of this area could bring us up to about double this range. If you're just looking at a technical measured move, so maybe up into like something like that, maybe 710, 720 could be an idea. We talked about, I think, Fox, which is Fox A, which is 21st Century. That's getting pretty tight here these last 3 trading days. So this could be one to watch as it's sitting right around highs, right? Higher lows into that. I think that's pretty good looking setup. We talked about KMB today, and KMB was another good one that consolidating. We're seeing some strength coming in from today that might go try to test those prior swing highs. We did talk about a lot more, but I think I'm just going to cut it there. Those are some of the names from the tight list this week. There's so many names, right, that have been just really consolidating, getting tight. And as the market's been kind of making these new highs, I think we're focusing in really on that 5,600. Okay, 5,600, that big call wall there. I think that's still the main target that everyone's kind of eyeing in on. So if we get through this and around this, I think that if traders aren't continuing to reach out how they have been, this is where we can really get hung up and stall out, right? So I'd be just aware of that. And if we do get up there, that'd be probably where I'd be putting on a little bit of hedges and maybe even taking some profits on some of my names. I don't really have much exposure, to be quite honest, but yeah, that's all I have. I think I just pulled up LDOS. LDOS is another one that's just been, we saw a nice gap up and it's been consolidating here, right? Getting pretty tight here as well into a rising 50-day. We have an inside trading day today, so if we break the high of today's high tomorrow, it can make a pop back up to 151, which is, these type of things. I mean, you're taking basis at 3% move. It could go definitely higher, but, and you're risking a very small amount for a potentially good gain. Opportunities like this all around. You just got to keep your eyes open. Make sure to tune in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. It's greatly appreciated. But I'm going to go ahead and we're going to call it there. So be careful, be safe. Today is one of those choppy, crazy days. And if we're going to get a move, well, pay attention to that daily VWAP on ES because that would be the key level that has been hard to get through today. See you later. Thanks, Mike Moore, for being here. Thanks, Colby. Thanks, Daryl. Thanks, Al. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Moonraker, FT, and everybody out there on Twitch. I don't see the chat right now, but thank you all for tuning in. Abatix, thanks for being here. Greg, JQ, Stefan, Mike, Will, Ken, Crystal Ball.